Essentially, information that we're going to push out to the public, notifying them of a potential threat in their area where they may have to evacuate their home. An evacuation order is essentially that. We are telling people that it's time to go. There is an imminent threat to life, and we do not believe that you have much time to leave the area.
Code Red is a opt-in alerting system that will dial your number. It'll send you a phone call, a text message, and an email notifying you of an emergency. That message is sent from our office, the Office of Emergency Services. It's going to be very targeted to your area, and it'll be specific to you.
At 5:13, the phone rang with the Code Red call. And so as I was going up 49, I could look over to the left and see the flames in the canyon.
The next layer is for staff to actually be out driving in the areas with a high-low siren. There's no other reason you'll hear that in an area unless we're putting out that evacuation order, not a warning, but an order.
My day started routine patrol, came in and I was notified by dispatch to respond out to the Jones fire. Houses that had evacuation tags made it so we could just pass by. We knew that the residents had already been evacuated. Residences that did not have the tags, we would have to physically go in, knock on the door, look in the windows, make sure there were no occupants inside.
Once you've been evacuated, as you're leaving, put this tag somewhere very, clearly identifiable, whether it's a mailbox, a gate, your address marker, so that deputies and officers can quickly identify if your residence has already been evacuated.
You look out my back window here on the east side, and you see how close this fire came. It was certainly a shock, and at the same time, it was such an incredible relief to have the house as safe as it was.
I think with personal preparedness and being ready, it can feel overwhelming. It can feel like a lot to do, and the most important piece is to just start with one little bite at a time.
Just start the conversation. Have some sort of plan. It can be as small as a meetup place, a destination that everybody will get to, everybody in the household will get to if there's a disaster.
Recognize you live in a community, in a county, that really does take the emergency response as a priority. We have worked diligently throughout the last few years on ensuring that not only our staff are trained and prepared, but we're also putting that out for our community. The more prepared you are in your own community, the better the outcome is going to be.
The level of community awareness, they have to be part of the solution. They have to communicate with their neighbors. They have to be part of the discussion in communities. They have to support the response, the prevention, the education, and ultimately the collaboration and the engagement. People have to be engaged at all levels.
The more you think about it now, the easier it will be when the time comes that you need to evacuate.
We've created this network, and we want you to make sure that you know that you can tap into that. So if you are feeling a little bit overwhelmed, not sure where to start, reach out to one of our offices, reach out to the Fire Safe Council or 211. We're here to support you.
the foothills of the Sierra Nevada.
Well, good morning. I'm going to call this meeting of the Board of Supervisors to order. Gosh, it's September 27th, 2022. Our time is flying. With that, would you please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the Thank you. Are there any corrections or deletions to the agenda? Julie?
None that I'm aware of, Chair Hook.
Okay. Does any board member have any corrections or deletions that they are aware of? What? I'm just letting you know that. Okay, with that, we're going to jump right into public comment this morning. So this is where members of the public shall be allowed to address the Board of Supervisors on items not appearing on today's agenda and that are of interest to the public and are within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board. Speakers are encouraged but not required to give their name and district of residence. And please, during public comment, let's keep a civil discourse. It's the responsibility of the chair to ensure that public comments are conducted in such a manner avoids disruptive activity, promotes mutual respect, keeps comments focused on issues, and avoids personal attacks. So with that, you can speak directly to the board from inside the chambers. You can also call 530-270-3474, and that will be able to comment live over the phone. And of course, you had the opportunity to send in your comments before yesterday. And with that, I'm going to open up public comment. Again, anything that's not currently on the agenda. Well, I have one here already. Good morning.
Okay, good morning.
Good morning.
My name
I'm
is
going to start here, Susan. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Good morning. My name is Randall Strawson, and I live in District 1, where we have a history of problems with outdoor events, both permitted and not. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on the 2020 outdoor event ordinance pilot. As some might remember, I was actively involved in commenting on the original 2014 outdoor event ordinance, have also addressed wildfire risk in our county, spoken about the cause and consequences of PSPS, most recently have suggested 3 specific amendments to the 2020 outdoor event ordinance pilot. This morning, I'd like to briefly focus on one of these 3 essential amendments. No outdoor event permits should be granted to any rural residential property in a Tier 3 fire threat zone. Tier 3 fire threat zones have extreme likelihood of devastating wildfires, and to minimize the loss of human life, evacuation routes must be kept as clear as possible, 24/7. In my neighborhood, the primary evacuation route is North Bloomfield Road, which has 2 lanes, little or no shoulders, and is winding and confusing to most people until they become familiar with it. To get a sense of what happens when the road is blocked, consider when winter storms have knocked down trees and North Bloomfield is no longer open. Outdoor events that can draw 80 cars and hundreds of people to a residential property in my neighborhood pose a serious and unnecessary fire hazard. Besides the increased risk of an unintended ignition, should an evacuation become necessary, everyone's safety would be severely compromised by so many additional cars driven by people unfamiliar with the road, desperately trying to flee. One accident could easily block the road, trapping everyone behind. An impossible scenario? Consider that due to a fire a few years ago, July 8, 2017, North Bloomfield was closed from the intersection of Lake Vieira to Highway 49. Thanks to the quick and able response from our firefighters, the road was reopened within 2 hours. But with a larger fire, the consequences of blocked egress along North Bloomfield could be catastrophic. As a postscript, I would add that we survived a recent event in our neighborhood that resulted in drunk couples wandering off the host property in the early morning hours, smoking on our road. Is this not a recipe for disaster? Please act now to help save our community. Amend the 2020 outdoor event ordinance pilot so that no permits can be granted to any rural residential properties in the Tier 3 fire threat zone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strawson. If you'd like to leave your copy with the, if you didn't mind, or you can send that in an email, that'd be great.
Could I clean it up?
Yeah, that'd be fine. Just send that in an email, would you?
Will do.
That would be
Absolutely.
great.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Susan? Good morning.
Morning. Sorry I didn't see him before. Good morning, Chair Hook and Supervisors. I'm Susan Rogers, longtime leadership team of the Nevada County Coalition of Firewise Communities. I've lived here for 22 years in Nevada County. Thank you for your vote of confidence in putting Measure V on the ballot in November. You may have seen the news release that based on a vote of our members, the Coalition of Firewise Communities has formally endorsed the need to fund wildfire preparedness, emergency services, and disaster response. And that includes individual Firewise communities that have also endorsed it, separate and apart from the coalition's endorsement. And we have those endorsements in Truckee, Nevada City, Penn Valley, San Juan Ridge, Grass Valley, and South County Firewise communities. Many longtime active members of the community have also endorsed the measure. Ken and Julie Harden from our musical arts business sector. Eileen and Paul Jorgensen, former business owners of the Magic Carpet in Nevada City. Mike and Barbara Getz, former owners of the Sierra Theaters chain. Realtors Charlie Brock and Ricky Heck. Al Dover, our retired Superior Court judge. 2 former mayors of Nevada City, Robert Bergman and Paul Mattson. Retired physician Jeff Kane and his wife Ronnie Paul. Grass Valley City Councilman Tom Ivey. Grass Valley Planning Commissioner Eric Robbins. And many more. We're pleased that Lake of the Pines Association is not backing away from the very real immediate problems of evacuation, safety, and wildfire prevention like some other large HOAs are. Instead, Lake of the Pines is being very vocal and proactive in its support of Measure V, and they're working actively in their community to educate LOP residents why we need it and need it now. And we also want to thank Supervisor Ed Schofield, who has a town hall scheduled next month at the Alta Sierra Country Club on why wildfire prevention, emergency services, and disaster preparedness work. And that'll be funded by Measure V, why it's important, and why it's okay that it's a general tax that people can trust will be spent in the way that it's promised. I'm sure you're all aware that some people claim that you will just suck it into the general fund and it'll disappear. And so we tell those people about all the safeguards that will prevent that from happening. I also tell them about the Technical Advisory Committee, which has members of Office of Emergency Services, fire agencies, law enforcement, city and town managers, who will be making the recommendations to you on how to spend it. And I think they'll be looking over your shoulders, if not breathing down your neck, to make sure that you spend it the right way. And that's a safeguard. And I also tell the naysayers that you're people like us who live here too, and you don't want your houses to burn down any more than anybody else. So that's my report, and thank you for the opportunity to give it today and for the people to vote on Measure V. Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. Okay, more public comment, and we're in general public comment, anything that's not on the agenda. Good morning.
Good morning. Lee French, Greater Alta Sierra. I want to thank Ed for taking the action to have a meeting on Measure V. And I wanted to let Ed know that we as the Neighborhood Watch group of the Greater Alta Sierra area are diligently working to promote that and let everyone know that it's coming up and get them to thinking about it. So thank you, Ed.
Thanks, Lee. Is there any other public comment? Julie, do you have anybody online, or do I have any written public comment that is for general?
Chair Hook, we have no general public comment, and I don't see anyone online waiting to speak.
Okay. Well, with that...
That just changed. We do have one caller screening.
Okay, well, we'll just wait a second then and bring that caller in, please. Caller there yet?
I believe they're still screening.
Okay.
It does take a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors. My name is Calvin Clark. I'm from Rough and Ready. I would like to make a public comment regarding the lack of transparency. The agenda of this week and your consent calendar includes funding mechanisms and grant money from and to non-governmental organizations, also known as NGOs. And these NGOs are not screened very well. There is Soros money being used. There's agendas through the funding from California to the counties in all of the rural areas, actually. The funding mechanisms to implement George Soros-style World Economic Forum agendas without the Board of Supervisors focus on protecting property rights. I'm going to say property rights is the main target, and I believe it's essential. We've seen this in the past with the Sierra Business Council being funded by the Board of Supervisors, as well as receiving funding from the Sierra Business Council, receiving funding from the Packard Foundation in the past. This type of funding has been used to deprive Nevada County citizens of proper property rights and due process in the defense of their property rights. And what they did is they sent $350,000 before from the Packard Foundation to the Sierra Business Council to monitor all of the biological inventory of Nevada County. This was known as Agenda 21, still is known as that, but the newer version of that is called Agenda 2030, which, by the way, Heidi Hall mentioned that 30 by 30 program coming from the Regional County of Rural Counties, Regional Council of Rural Counties, the RCRC, 2 meetings ago, and she mentioned that the Regional Council of Rural Counties was going to that they had taught the supervisors who attended about a program called 30 by 30. I believe that there should be a full investigation into the connection of any of the monies that come down from the state of California to be funded through our county to any groups, including implementing any of the agenda items related to this 30 by 30 program, which is a land grab, a metering grab, a control.
Okay, thanks, Calvin.
mechanism.
Your time's up, but I appreciate that. We did take notes on your comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other public comment?
I see no other callers waiting.
Okay, with that, then we will close our general public comment, and we're going to move right into our consent calendar, which is items 1 through 24. And with that, I am going to open up public comment. So what that does is, let me read this a little to you. So these items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. These are either renewal contracts or amendments or items that have previously come before the board. The Board of Supervisors will act upon them at one time and without discussion. Any board member may request that an item be removed from the consent calendar for discussion. Members of the public wishing to ask questions to hear discussion on any of the items listed under the consent agenda may now raise their concerns to the board members. Then the supervisors will take these concerns under consideration and decide if there's an adequate reason to remove the item from consent. If it's pulled, the board member and the concerned questions by the members of the public will be addressed, but there won't be any further public comment after that. So with that, again, consent calendar is items 1 through 24, and I'm going to open it up to public comment. So that means you can comment on any of the items 1 through 24 and make your comments on that, and then we'll go from there. So with that, is there anybody that has anything for the consent calendar public comment? Julie, is there any written or anybody online?
No callers waiting and no written comment.
Okay, with that then, I'm going to close the public comment portion of this, and I'm going to bring it back to my board. Does anybody on the board have any items they'd like to pull? Party?
Yeah, yes. Chair Hook, I'd like to pull item 2, that's 1085, item 3, 1086, and item 8, 0930.
Okay, so we're going to pull items 2, 3, and 8. Ed, do you have anything? Heidi?
No, I had questions on 2 and 3, but I had them answered already, so.
Okay, great. Dan, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, fine.
Okay, with that, I would entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda except for items 2, 3, and 8.
So moved.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll, please?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, so with that, we'll open up item 2, which is, and we're going to ask Phoebe Bell to come in. And item 2 is a resolution approving Amendment 1 to the contract between the County of Nevada and the Nevada County Superintendent of Schools for the provision of behavioral and mental health services in Nevada County elementary and middle schools, and is funded by the Mental Health Student Services Act. And so with that, Phoebe, I'm going to let Hardy ask his questions, and then we'll go from there.
Thank you. I'll be brief. Phoebe, thanks. Phoebe sent me the previous presentation that was given to the board and to the public on this topic. And the 2 items, I'm just going to kind of interchange them because to me, they're connected. First, let me say that I absolutely support the spirit of the activity going on with both of these items. Obviously, it's a huge component for the county and what we do and the services that you're offering. I just had a couple of quick questions. The Nevada County Superintendent of Schools is not jurisdictionally responsible for East County schools, and I just was hoping you could just summarize that relationship a little bit for us between the 2 entities.
Sure. So, good morning, Chair Hook and members of the board. Phoebe Bell, Behavioral Health Director. And yes, exactly. The Tahoe-Truckee schools have been under the jurisdiction of the Placer County Office of Education historically. We partner closely with the Tahoe-Truckee schools, particularly the Truckee side schools, and provide funding to programs in those schools that come through Mental Health Services Act dollars primarily, as well as some Medi-Cal services at the schools. This particular funding stream required a partnership with the County Office of Education, and so we reached out early on and said, how do we work in this situation? And we're told Tahoe-Truckee Unified, being under the Placer County Office of Education, needs to work with the PCOE folks to look at how they want to use their money in Placer County.
Okay. So the superintendent of schools and the Office of Education, are they co-joined? Is that one and the same? Do we interchange those synonymously?
I believe so.
Okay, that was my question. I've heard those 2 terms. So without that overlap, is there any ability for the county to cross-jurisdictionally support other programs and services that would be commensurate with what we see in the staff report for TTUSD, either through Placer County directly or through TTUSD directly? Any chance to work toward that goal?
So we invest in Tahoe-Truckee Unified Schools primarily, like I said, through our Mental Health Services Act funds, and we partner with Placer County in how we distribute those dollars. And actually, it works out really well for Tahoe-Truckee because Placer County has a lot of MHSA dollars. Mm-hmm. And so in some, we actually distribute more MHSA dollars in Tahoe-Truckee than we do at this end of the county because the money we put on the table is matched essentially 2 to 1 by Placer County MHSA dollars. One of the big investments we've made up there is in wellness centers with MHSA dollars. And from what I could see on their website, what Placer County did with their similar MHSSA funds, which are what's funding this particular project, is invest in wellness centers throughout Placer County. So I think they took that model and sort of ran with it throughout the county. This particular project, I don't think is what Tahoe-Truckee Unified has asked for or is looking for. But again, they would be working with Placer County Office of Ed on this particular project. And I will say there's a lot of funding coming right now from the state for schools, and it's all running in partnership or directly through the Superintendent of Schools offices or the Office of Education for each county. And so this will continue where Tahoe-Truckee needs to be working with Placer County to make sure that they're getting their needs met through those dollars.
Okay, thanks for the summary. I really appreciate it. It can be confusing between the 2 jurisdictions, and we're one county, yet we're separate in a couple of items like that. So thank you so much for coming in and talking about that today.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. And I will shout out to the teen wellness center at the high school with Kim Bradley and that crew is outstanding. They've done just phenomenal work there. I'm really proud of that. Thank you.
Great. Heidi?
Yeah, since you've pulled the item, I just wanted to check that maybe Phoebe, if you'd gotten anything new. We went back and forth also on the Eastern County schools and also some of the schools here who were not on this list, like Union Hill. And it sounds like, so the superintendent is the one who chooses the schools. He's prioritizing those with the most need, which makes a lot of sense. But I remain concerned that there were several school districts that were not listed in here. And so I'm hoping that by not listing them doesn't preclude them from maybe getting the same assistance if they can find a way to spread the funds. Unless they are actually included, even though they're not listed, you were thinking maybe they were still included.
So it's not just the superintendent of schools who decided which schools to prioritize. It was a meeting of all the superintendents of all the different school districts. And collectively, they looked at the resources available, the needs they saw out there. And, if you spread the money too thin, you can't do anything meaningful anywhere. If you spread it too narrowly, you only impact a small group of kids. And so this was sort of the compromise they came up with, was these 10 schools are kind of the highest need, least resourced, where we're seeing the most issues and challenges type of approach. What's in front of you today is an expansion to include middle schools, and they did a similar process of looking at, where do we want to invest and where are the needs and best match the resources and capacity and interest from the school site, and a lot of different factors, I think, played into how they identified their priorities. But I hear you. I think the model's been really successful, and there's ongoing interest in continuing to expand the model. The challenge is this is one-time funding, and so how will we sustain, we collectively, the schools and county, these great efforts?
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Ed, do you have anything? Dan? Okay, well, great. Phoebe, thank you for all those answers, and thanks for the time you spend, all staff members spend before these meetings answering a lot of these questions. It's so important, and what we're doing in our schools is pretty amazing right now. We've come a long ways, and I think, like I told you, we talked about a project, some funding that went in, and it was made my heart feel good. A lady came and just visited with me and explained that was the only reason her child was back in school. And so that funds is being used, so not just for individually, but largely through the school. So keep up the great work, because I think we're just making a good headway. Okay, so, and you're still here, so first I'm gonna entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
Yes, thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, our next item we're going to pull is item number 3, which is SR 22-1086, and this is a resolution approving Amendment 01 to Amendment 21 MHSA OACO26, which is between the County of Nevada and the Mental Health Services Oversight and Accountability Commission. And Heidi, so with that, I already had some questions on that, and Phoebe is here as well to answer those questions.
My questions are answered, Chair.
They are?
I'm ready to make a motion to approve that.
Okay, perfect. Anybody else have any questions?
I was ready to make a motion as well.
Okay, well then I'll entertain a motion to accept this resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
It's District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Well, thank you, Phoebe.
Thank you.
So the next item we're going to pull was item number 8, which is SR 220930, and Mike Dent is here. This was a resolution approving an amendment to the standard agreement 20-CDBG-CV2-00272 between the County of Nevada and the State of California for the 2020 Community Development Block Grant Program and the Coronavirus Response Round 2 and 3. And I think I'll just let Hardy, you want to ask your question, and then I appreciate Mike being here to answer those questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I did talk to Mike this morning about it in the staff report. I just wanted to mention a couple of details and ask a few questions. So the staff report outlines shifting the second grant amount, which is $235,695, to the Empire Mine Cottages is a capital outlay to finish the construction activities there based on the rising cost, which is understandable. I just had questions for Mike related to the ongoing program funding for things like down payment assistance and then rental assistance, because those are two pretty big components to our housing elements. And Mike did summarize for me that the state has suspended some of our funding, but some of the other rental assistance funding is still available. So just a question for you, Mike, can you just summarize, after we take away the $235,695, what's available to the community in rental assistance, and then again with the down payer assistance type of funding initiatives?
Morning, Chair Hook, and greetings to the Board of Supervisors. Mike Dent, Director of Housing and Community Services. The CV funding, all 3 rounds, have been one of those ships sailing while they're building the regulations, and we've brought collectively those 3 pots of funding back, I would say 3 to 5 times for changes in the standard agreement per the state through to us. That being said, Rich, to answer your question, Supervisor Bullock, we do have the $207,134 available for tenant-based rental assistance. We hope to have that program up and running within the next 2 weeks. That was a motion back in July 12th of 2022, where we asked the board to allow for rental assistance with that, originally with the 207, but then also the $235,000. And the reason we asked for that back in July was originally we were funded money for for rental assistance, but then the Housing is Key program started. I don't know if you remember that. That was a couple of years ago. It was a state-run program administered by the state. Anybody who had tenant rental issues were funneled over to the state, and the landlords and the renters came to a resolution, and the back rent was paid. So now that that program's over, we actually have interest in a down payment rental assistance program again, because we kind of didn't have that for about 18 months. So that's why, so to answer your question, the $207,134 is available within the next 2 weeks will be available, and we'll post more information and probably do an outreach to the community through our website and also the Friday memo. When it comes to down payment assistance, we have $1.4 million available for down payment assistance, and we actually have closed one down payment assistance loan back in June. However, on July 27th, we received an email notice from HCD, Housing and Community Development, saying that all home down payment assistance programs are suspended because HUD wants to work with the state of California on the policies and regulations. So they said, no more loans right now, we're gonna fix these regulations, July 27th. We haven't had any notice that we can resume our loans or even get our first loan paid back yet, even though that was done before the moratorium, for lack of a better word. So we do have to answer your question, about 1.4 million, take about 160,000 off of that available for down payment. Down payments, first-time home buyers program.
When that starts back up.
When it starts back up, yeah. The other request in this motion is to move, for $466,000 of community development block grant program income over also to the Empire Mine Courtyards, again, as referenced, the increased costs. We have an obligation to convert those units into permanent living spaces. We have already converted 9 of them, but this would finish this off and include a remodel of the laundry facilities over there. Just for the board's information, we only ask that CDBG program income be used for facility expansions. The last time we've asked you to use CDBG program income was up to finish the remodel of Odyssey House. That was the last time we've asked for funds. And it is our goal and our direction to just use CDBG program income for facility expansions. And I like to add units, and this would, and in the end, add 9 more units.
They're looking good over there, by the way. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. I appreciate the clarification.
Okay, Heidi?
Quick follow-up. Thank you. This regulation that they're trying to fix so that we can get that mortgage assistance back out, is that in the legislature? Like, will it be done by the end of the budget season or year? Or is it something?
It's something between housing and urban development, the federal level. It's federal funding that goes to the state, housing community, HCD, housing and community development. It's between the Fed and the state and the regulations between those two. California HCD's been under some scrutiny, for lack of a better word, by the federal level, just for their policies and procedures. So the email made it sound like it was going to be pretty quick. They need to straighten up some policies, and once that's done, we can resume. It didn't say that the awards were being pulled back. It just said stop doing loans right now until HUD and HCD get their policies straightened out.
Okay. Frustrating. Okay, thank you.
But yet there is still funding if it does start back up.
Yes.
And so we're good with that. And then there was a lot of changes through COVID and all those issues with the moratorium on rentals, and that's where that other program came in and kind of took over for the rental assistance.
Yeah, Housing is Key was a state-run
Right.
program.
Okay, great.
One question.
Yes, Dan.
One question. Is the Realtors Association aware of the suspension of this down payment assistance? Or are they even aware of what's going on?
So when we started up the first, when we opened up the $1 million, and we did do an outreach to some local lenders and also the real estate board. We haven't followed up to say there's no more money because we anticipated this suspension would be just short term.
Yeah.
We continue to accept applications for down payment or first-time home buyers program, and because we want to queue up loans to do once we have the money unsuspended.
Unsuspended?
Freed up.
Yeah. Okay, any other questions? With that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. So this will be, Julie, you can call the roll.
Thank you, Chair. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. Thank you, Mike, and you might as well stay there because we're going to do our next item, which is item 25. And this is kind of nice. This is about National Hunger Action Month. So welcome again, Mike Dent.
Hello, thank you. Mike Dent, Director of Child Support, Housing, and Community Services. One of the roles I play with the county, I think it's been about 8 years now, is staff member to the Adult and Family Services Commission. To my left is Nicole McNeely, who's the Executive Director of the Food Bank of Nevada County. She's a member of the Adult and Family Services Commission, and their program was successful in 2021 to receive some community initiative funding, which helped pay for a forklift, which was a big leap in technology. So with that, I was going to turn it over to Nicole. She was going to give you, the board, a presentation on what they do in our county.
Well, great. Welcome, Nicole.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Hook, and good morning, members of the board. Thank you for having us. We're very excited to be here. September is Hunger Action Month, and so we felt like this would be a great time for us to present to the Board of Supervisors and provide a better understanding about your county's food bank. What is a food bank? It's an organization that houses food and subsequently distributes this food free of charge to those in need. There is only one food bank for each county in California. Each food bank works directly with the California Department of Social Services to distribute food. The goal is to help meet the nutritional needs of that county. Our mission is to help people who are in need of nutritional support. We strive to eradicate hunger in our community. We distribute hundreds of thousands of pounds of food per month, and that's a little typo, it says per year, but per month. In 2021, we served over 96,000 individuals, and for some of these people, we are a lifeline for household sustainability. We began in 1986 when a group of citizens who were passionate about helping children banded together to feed the hungry. Our first location was a small warehouse on Loma Rica. It was about the size of a standard garage. It was then expanded from there. Where our current warehouse is now located is at Railroad Avenue in Grass Valley. We operate a 7,500 square foot warehouse that includes 300 square feet of refrigeration, 500 square feet of freezer space, a small fleet of commercial trucks, both refrigerated and dry, a cold prep commercial kitchen for making meals, and at any one time we have 10 employees and over 150 active volunteers. Who do we serve? We serve any and all people who need our help. We want to see people thrive in our community and not struggle between financial stability and feeding their families. How do we get our food? It's a good question. It's asked very often. Primarily, our food comes from community donations, barrels inside of grocery stores, food drives, and donations from UNFI, which used to be called Mountain People's Warehouse. Some of you might remember. We also purchase quite a bit of food, like vegetables and bread and protein. We also receive USDA commodities, which include frozen meat, milk, canned and dry foods, although this is only about 10% of the food that we receive. One of the ways families can access us is at our general distributions. We have 8 distributions throughout every month, and they are at 5 different locations spread across the county. Each distribution is a drive-through format, and families stay in their cars. This allows us to accommodate the large amount of need currently. At each distribution, families get a well-balanced amount of food, like fresh produce, refrigerated products such as milk and eggs, meat, and shelf-stable foods. How do we distribute food, and what programs are offered? We have a general distribution, which I just discussed, and this is where we see the largest part of the community. We have a home delivery program. This is where we take food to people with disabilities and or the older part of our community. The intention is to help those who cannot leave their home have access to our services. We also offer a free summer lunch program for children where we hand make and deliver fresh lunches to children when school ends. The food helps replace what they would receive in school, and this is also a program that takes food directly to the recipient and helps combat childhood hunger. Another program is our partner agency program, where dozens of nonprofits in our area are given food from our warehouse in order to supply food for their own food pantries. We also work with a multitude of organizations in distributing non-food items like diapers. Our school snack program operates during the entire school year and throughout the county, and it allows schools to pick up food from our warehouse in order to supply their students with nutritious snacks. Again, this is another way we fight childhood hunger. We also make large deliveries to other nonprofits, such as those serving military veterans. Here are a couple photos of our programs at work. What is our economic impact? We help with financial stability across many households in our community and act as a safety net for households that experience unplanned hardships. We purchase thousands of pounds of food from local farmers, allowing them to hire more staff, grow their businesses, and provide a more stable food system in our county. We provide free food to schools, allowing them to reassign funding for other expenses. And we also help many of our local nonprofit organizations by giving them additional resources to complete their missions. Here are some things that the county has done to help us in the past. Thank you for supporting our organization, and thank you for helping us help so many others in our community. Where is it that we need help? We are currently looking for new locations for our general distributions and our emergency response distributions. We have begun to outgrow our Grass Valley location. We are also in need of additional storage for emergency food and water. Over the last few years, we have come to find that our resources are called upon when catastrophes happen in our area. Events such as wildfires, power outages, record snowfall and tree damage, global pandemics, and economic downturns. The safety net of this community relies heavily on the food bank's ability to offer food and water at a moment's notice on a massive scale. We are hopeful that this presentation has been informative and that the Board of Supervisors for Nevada County now has a complete understanding of how the food bank operates and who we serve.
Thank you. That was a great presentation. It's amazing the work that you guys are all doing here. And I'm just going to tell you something a little interesting. So this came up and it gets on the agenda, and it's so funny how things get misconstrued, right? I got to tell you, the work you guys do in North San Juan specifically has just been tremendous to that community. And for somehow they thought that we were discontinuing it. And I got phone calls and letters. I'm like, no, read the agenda. we love being in Nevada, at the community center up there. And you guys, I tell you, just made such an impact on that little community. And I love the new drive-through, which that was something that happened with COVID, so we weren't touching so much, and so it makes it a little bit smoother, and everybody gets an equal amount. And I just really impressed with the work. And I assured North San Juan that you are still going to be present. So it's much appreciated. So, and then volunteerism is always huge, and I know you guys are looking for folks to come and help down there too, so hopefully we can all do a little stint in there with you as well. So with that, I'm going to open up to my board. You want to start, Ed?
Hi, Nicole. Thank you for the presentation. Very educational. You guys are doing a whole lot more than I realized you were. I guess I'm just not as familiar with you. But I thank you during our Snowmageddon and the handout that you had with the assistants there at the Alto Sierra Country Club, and it was so rewarding to see people come through with tears in their eyes, just getting things like water. So thank you so much for what you do. And you know, in my mind, food bank meant you were getting most of your food from the federal sources coming down. And I was amazed that 10% is all, and the rest is coming from the community, which is wonderful. And I looked at the funding there and thought, well, you did $100,000 with local farmers this year, and next year you're looking at $200,000. So how are you generating those kind of funds?
That's a great question. Thank you, Supervisor Schofield. We actually receive grants from the California Department of Social Services to purchase food from our communities, and that would be however we decide to use the funding. As the food bank director, I have implemented a plan to where we can use the funding locally. So we plan to use the grant money from the state to purchase local produced food, produce, meat, things like that.
Economic development too. That's wonderful. And Nicole, I know how dedicated you are to that program. It's like, if they didn't have it on that drive-through, you had it in your trunk. So thank you so much for what you do.
Thank you.
Dan?
It's always amazed me how much of a need we have in our county. And I think it's almost an underground need that people aren't aware of. And what the presentation showed us is that, you know, it's something very real and very out in the open. And to know that you're meeting that need is pleasing to the community, to us. And so thanks for everything you do.
Heidi?
Thank you for coming and presenting to us. I appreciate that. A couple quick questions. I just thought about it when you talked about providing during the PSPS and the Snowmageddon, which was incredibly valuable. Do you have a generator on site so that when we experience a PSPS, you're still up and running?
Yes, thank you, Supervisor Hall. We do have a generator that we can operate when we need to. Thankfully, during Snowmageddon, it was cold enough to where we didn't need to turn on the generator to keep food cold. But we do have one. We just haven't had to use it yet.
Okay. And then I wondered, do you provide food to the Meals on Wheels program as well, or is that entirely separate? Because they also do deliveries to the homes with fully cooked meals.
The Gold Country Senior Services is not currently one of our partner organizations, but we'd be happy to provide food to any of the programs that need us.
Yeah, I guess they get, so they must have a whole different funding stream. Be interesting to understand that better. And then, excuse me, recovering from a cold, the increase in funds that you're using, I love that, and I know the Sierra Food organizations and that you've been working with a number of the farm organizations to increase the local healthy food purchase, which is fantastic. The increase from 100,000 to 200,000, is that because you've received more money? It is, okay.
Yes, the money has come from the state. Some of them are grants that we have to apply for, and then other ones are allocated to our food bank specifically. And so that comes through the Department of Social Services. And just recently, those amounts have increased. And I think it's because of the increased need for food banks across the nation.
So that was my second, or my kind of last question is, I was wondering what the trends were. I'm concerned that it seems like the need continues to increase. Is that what you're seeing?
Absolutely. So the need in our community never goes away. A lot of times it gets kind of amplified at times, and then people are very proactive, and then over a period of time, they kind of look the other way or start to do something else instead. And sadly, the people that need the help of our community are always there and still in need. So currently, even though we talk about the height of the pandemic where we were serving, tens of thousands of people, we're still seeing a huge increase, not quite as much, but with the economic downturn and the things that people are experiencing in the economy, we see a lot of people who are looking for additional resources to offset the cost of living right now. And so our numbers have gone up.
Yeah.
And we're seeing a lot of new people, new faces, people that have never had to use our services before.
Thank you. That nothing you can do about it, but that's a great concern. I know, I've seen it. The cost of food is going up, and that's concerning. But also wages have still not risen in over 20 years. And I know a lot of the folks who are using your services are working. They're working full-time jobs, but they can't make enough to make ends meet. And I think that's just a tragedy. So appreciate the work that you're doing, and anything we can do to help, let us know.
Thank you.
Thanks, Heidi. Hardy?
Thanks, Nicole. Great presentation. And just thanks to the volunteers that come out and help you complete your mission every day, and all the people that donate food. I've worked in a food bank before in Marin County, and it's a lot of work, like lifting foods and moving them and putting bags together. And I just want to say thanks to the volunteers who make it all possible. Just a couple quick questions. I know in Eastern County we have other partners here at Community House and the Tahoe Food Hub. Do you work closely with them, and do you have events? Do you specifically have events in Eastern County?
Yes, we drive 2 truckloads of food to Eastern County twice a month. And when I say truckloads, I'm talking about at least 12 pallets of food. It can range anywhere from fresh produce to milk to meat. And we try to supply them with whatever they need as far as what they're missing in their complement of food, and make sure that we are taking care of the entire county. We are the only food bank for this entire county. So we have a big responsibility, and we make sure that we spread ourselves out and we're getting food out to the people that need us.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, I know that you connected to make the supply for those organizations that we also partner with as a county, with these other organizations. So thank you. And then some of the extremely frontier kind of rural areas like the town of Washington, Graniteville, unincorporated areas, is there outreach, or do people know that they can go to certain places to get food if they need it?
Yes, absolutely. We have a distribution. Our distributions range from Little Town of Washington to, we now have one down in Higgins area. We also have one in North San Juan, and then Grass Valley. We have 2 that happen throughout the month, and then all of our community partners that we give food to reach out. As far as access to our resources, we're usually centrally located in those areas, and we try to make sure that people know about us by sharing the information via mostly the schools have a tendency to reach out to the community that way, but also we do a lot of Facebook posting and things like that, to where we're trying to let people know where we are and how they can access us. I would also say that for our calendar and the way we operate, we're consistently there on the same day every month. So if it's the second Tuesday or the third Thursday, we make ourselves available on the same day every month, so that people know that they can rely on us to be there.
Yeah, that's great. Excellent. Thank you so much for your work.
Thank you.
Hey, Ed?
Nicole, where is the Higgins distribution?
The Higgins distribution is off Hacienda Drive. And I believe it is the third Thursday of every month. And that distribution we just started, it goes from 3:30 to 5:30. So it's an evening distribution for working families. And it's hopefully targeting the people that might be coming back up the hill from work, or just getting out of school in that area and need additional assistance.
Is it the church?
It is. It is at the church.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
That was a good question, Ed. Distribution times and dates and locations, I guess, in Eastern County you would go to the website for Sierra Community House?
Yes, Sierra Community House is the partner agency that distributes there, and they distribute every single Tuesday.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Fantastic. This has been a great presentation. It's always just a good to highlight and remind people what is available out there. I just really appreciate you coming in and sharing this. I love that we're working with our agricultural partners in our community. Gleaning has become another popular way of getting, we have folks that have planted, let's say, apple trees, and now they don't harvest. And so some of that's being able to be donated. So I love the work I love the cooperation and how this really community comes together. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that.
Thank you.
And so with that, I'm going to open up public comment. So if there's anybody in the audience that would like to comment on this topic today. And Julie, do we have anyone online or is any written public comment?
Chair Hook, we have no callers, but I do have 3 letters to read into the record if you're ready for that.
Please, that would be great.
The first letter is a District 4 resident named Marantha Laidley. She says she has been volunteering at the local food bank for the last 7 years. And when Nicole came to work at the food bank, she brought some much-needed energy and her passion for our community and helping everyone in need. She has found so many ways to reach out, from the winter storm providing water and food to feeding children at the schools and through the whole summer with lunches that are delivered to the apartments and all the outreach programs she has going on every day. The whole team at Nevada County Food Bank are a blessing, and we need more people like them in the world. And can we go on for hours on all the good things she does and how thankful we all are? Thank you. Next letter is from McKenna Bean. She's from the Hunger Relief Program Manager at Sierra Community House, and she writes, "The Sierra Community House would like to express our deepest gratitude for your continued support of our hunger relief program. Your organization has donated roughly 52,000 pounds of produce and non-perishable goods throughout the 2021-22 fiscal year and continue to donate on a biweekly basis. This food supplies community members in Eastern Nevada County with a range of nutritious items such as eggs, yogurt, canned goods, and fresh produce. These gracious donations help us achieve our goal of serving 300 Eastern Nevada County families per week." And the last letter is from Judy Arbuckle. She is a District 4 resident, and Supervisor Hook knows that. And she writes, "The Food Bank of Nevada County continues to provide an indispensable service to the San Juan Ridge. As a longtime volunteer at these local monthly distributions, I have seen the positive, often essential service to the health, well-being, and quality of life the supplemental food has provided to members of our community. It is heartwarming to see the cheerful, grateful faces of neighbors, many elderly, disabled, struggling young families, some challenged to find basic security and shelter. Thank you for your consideration and continued support of this essential service. The monthly North San Juan commodities distributions provided by the Food Bank of Nevada County." That's the last letter. Thank you.
Thanks, Julie. I appreciate that. And Judy, I'd give a shout out. She's been doing that distribution up there when it was a lot of job because it came in 2 different, the stuff from the USDA came and we used to unload all that stuff. So I can relate what you do down there on a regular basis. It was crazy. So the drive-through is awesome and gives her a break for that too. But I know how much she loves you guys being there. So appreciate that. Okay, so if there's no other further public comment, I'm going to close public comment, go back to the board. It's doing a little echo there. Okay, with that, I'm going to close public comment again, and then I'll just go back to the board. Does anybody have the last words? Okay, with that, then I would entertain a motion to accept this presentation.
So moved.
So moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great. Thank you again so much for being here and for the work that you're doing in this community. It's above and beyond. Okay, we are going to move on to our next item, which is item 26. And Brian Foss, our planning director, is going to come forward. And we're going to talk about the Recreation Resiliency Master, actually, we're going to talk about that first. There's 2. You're going to be here for 2 little items. So thanks. I'll let you just take it away, Brian.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Hook. Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Brian Foss. I'm the Planning Director with the county. And with me is Erica Seward, who is a Senior Administrative Analyst in CDA. And together we will be presenting some information related to the topic of Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan for the county. Before you today, as part of this presentation, are two resolutions. One is to accept a grant from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy to help fund the creation of the Resiliency or Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan. And the other is a resolution to award a contract to design workshop with a team to prepare the master plan in conjunction with a number of stakeholders and other entities within the county. Our presentation will include a little bit of background and history on recreation efforts in the county and how we got to where we are today, which I'll be covering, and then I'll turn it over to Erica, who will provide some information on the process to development, the master plan, and the vision for what is hoped to be accomplished with the master plan. And then, of course, we'll have question and answer and public comment. So with that, as we know, the county does not have a formalized park and recreation department. However, the county has played a fairly active role in recreation efforts over the years. Some examples include our AB 1600 Recreation Mitigation Fee Program, which collects fees on new development and then allocates those funds to eligible entities, including nonprofits and the cities, to implement recreation improvements to different parks and other amenities. That program's been going on since at least the mid-1900s, 1999, 1997. More recent efforts involve some trail projects that I'm sure your board is familiar with. The Sugarloaf Mountain Trail, as well as the Pines to Mines Trail that's under development currently. The county played a role in providing some funding for land acquisition as well as environmental review for those projects, in addition to playing a role of convener and meeting with different stakeholders and different agencies and entities to help push along and develop those efforts. As we've seen over the last couple of years during the pandemic, there has been a drastic increase in the number of visitors and locals using our natural amenities, the rivers and other trails and natural resources in the county, which has put a strain on the infrastructure to some degree, and has also resulted in potential increase to environmental degradation and fire hazards. And so as a response, the Board of Supervisors did create two ad hoc committees in 2021 in order to look at, study these existing issues and the emerging issues that were resulting in increased use in our recreational amenities. These two ad hoc committees, one was Open Space and Trails and the other was Organized Recreation. The Open Space and Trails Ad Hoc Committee was co-chaired by Supervisor Hall and Supervisor Bullock. This was an effort in conjunction with the South Yuba River Safety Cohort, and the cohort addressed safety issues, parking, fire prevention, and overall responsible use of the South Yuba River. Supervisor Bullock spearheaded the Convene, Champion, and Catalyze effort in order to find solutions to enhance quality of life for residents and locals during peak visitation in the Eastern County. And of course, there's been ongoing Board of Supervisors advocacy for state and federal funding to help support these improvements and these efforts. Some examples include the mile marker program at the South Yuba River, the life jacket program, call boxes, et cetera, as well as ongoing efforts to find funding for rebuild of the Independence Trail and other general efforts related to trails and recreation. The second group, titled Organized Recreation Ad Hoc Committee, Chair Hook chaired this committee and was charged with looking at more of the organized recreation, working with our park districts and the cities in the programming efforts and the actual more organized parks and other developed recreational amenities. As part of that effort, the county contracted with Sandy Jacobson, who is in the audience today, to help facilitate that coordination between the county and the park districts, as well as the park districts amongst themselves, to identify areas where resources could be shared, administrative services or programming services, and also to develop a strategy moving forward to build capacity in those districts, because a lot of them operate under volunteers only, and look at ways of centralizing and leveraging services between the districts, as well as working on applying for and receiving grants through the per capita Prop 68 fund or program that was allocated funding for not only the county but also the park and rec districts, and Jake Jacobson was key in achieving the acceptance of those monies. So as a result of a number of efforts, just a little bit of background, and looking at this emerging issue, the board adopted an objective in 2022 in January under the title of Recreation. And because recreation affects local residents, visitors, the economy, as well as the environment, this objective is intended to promote sustainable recreation in partnership with community providers and other jurisdictions to enhance recreational access, support public health and safety, realize economic development opportunities, and preserve natural resource assets. And 6 initiatives have been identified to support that objective, and the first of which is Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, which is intended to be an umbrella type document to help kind of corral all these different efforts, identify future projects, identify stakeholders, and roles in developing future projects. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Erica, who will provide a little more information on the plan itself.
Thank you, Brian. Hello, Chair Hook and supervisors of the board. Erica Seward, Senior Administrative Analyst in the Community Development Agency. It's my great pleasure to be managing this effort alongside Brian Voss to further the recreation objective. Next slide. So this initiative was identified this past January in order to develop a recreation and resiliency master plan, serving as a tool to organize and prioritize county-wide recreational resources that factor in climate impacts. The master plan will build on the work Brian spoke of earlier and prioritize solutions that promote the 7 core areas you see here, which include health and safety and quality of life, economic development, placemaking, landscape restoration, environmental sustainability, adaptation, and resilience. Most importantly, this plan will create a vision that is inclusive, community-driven, multi-jurisdictional, and provides a blueprint and roadmap for the future. This proposed master plan will address climate resilience, emergency management, land use and community development, public health, biodiversity, and habitat, forests, and water. The plan will explore strategies that leverage recreation resources to reduce the county's risk to natural disasters like wildfire, facilitate healthy lifestyles and conditions that result from changes in the region's climate, restore, preserve, and protect cherished natural resources, and establish compelling public places that contribute to the county's economy and sense of place. This approach specifically supports capacity building of Nevada County's newly formed Recreation Collaborative and is directly focused on the identification, prioritization, and preparation for capital improvement projects. This is especially timely due to increased pressures on our recreational assets, as well as state and federal infrastructure and funding opportunities. We know that a clear, collaborative, prioritized plan will best position this community to move forward with such projects that will benefit the land and people for decades to come. This project was approved through the FY 22-23 budget process, where $450,000 was allocated in the CDA Recreation Budget Unit. $250,000 of the county's ARPA allocation has been dedicated to this project, with $200,000 targeted through potential funding from the Sierra Nevada Conservancy Vibrant Recreation and Tourism Grant Fund program. An application was submitted by county staff with letters of support from 9 different local regional organizations, indicative of the energy and enthusiasm for this project. These include the U.S. Forest Service, California State Parks, NID, Bear Yuba Land Trust, Bicyclists of Nevada County, Circle, Tahoe Donner Association, Tahoe Fund, Town of Truckee, Truckee Donner Land Trust, Truckee Trails Foundation, Visit Truckee Tahoe, and the Yuba River Public Safety Cohort. Next slide. A strong proposal with strong support and a clear alignment of goals has resulted in the county being awarded $200,000 by the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. It is clear that the goals of the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan will provide for vibrant recreation and tourism across the region, which is fundamentally linked with the outcomes of other regional goals throughout the Sierra Nevada watershed. Sustainable recreation and tourism are dependent upon and connected to the health and resilience of Sierra Nevada's communities and the ecological health of California's watersheds and forests. Working with partners to thoughtfully implement the strategies supporting this goal will protect these benefits and the resources that are unique to a watershed that supplies 75% of Californians with drinking water. The resolution before you today requests an approval to receive this award, which will be applied directly towards project consulting fees. Here is an overview of the RFP process for selecting a consultant for this plan. County staff followed our standard procurement process, starting with issuing an RFP on June 3rd, seeking a qualified firm to develop a recreation and resiliency master plan. 4 proposals were received as a result. The proposals were reviewed and scored by a staff panel made up of representatives from the Planning Department, County Executive Office, myself, and public members. Interviews were conducted, and the top 2 scoring proposals were presented, and then a design workshop was chosen as the top proposal. Today, at the recommendation of the evaluation panel and county staff, we would like your approval to proceed with Design Workshop as the prime consultant on the project, who is a national firm with a studio based in the South Lake Tahoe area. Design Workshop is a planning and design studio integrating landscape architecture, recreation planning, and strategic services. On this project, they will serve as project managers, providing expertise in the realm of recreation and trails planning and design, tourism planning and sustainable visitation, stakeholder and community engagement, resiliency planning, and plan development. The principal for the project is Stephanie Grigsby on the far left of the slide here, and Callie New will serve as our project manager, working alongside Ben Fish and a deep bench of talented folks from their team. They'll also be joined by Sierra Business Council as subcontractors who will assist with outreach and leading the funding, partnerships, financing, and operation elements of the plan. They'll provide their expertise in vulnerability assessments and impacts related to climate change that face Sierra Nevada communities to co-lead those elements related with DUDEC. DUDEC, you see here Scott Eckhart and Danielle Berger, and a number of staff will be assigned to this project. They are an environmental planning firm and will be subcontracted to support the project with climate resiliency strategies, with expertise in planning related to wildfire and flooding resiliency strategies. And rounding out the team is Steve Randall, who is retiring from Truckee Donner Recreation and Parks District. He brings expertise in programming, operations, funding, and building community support. The Design Workshop Studio brings with it a deep bench of experience in parks and trails master plans. They've been working in the South Lake Tahoe area with counties, cities, and towns across the region for 25 years, and as a whole have over 50 years experience working across the nation and internationally. Their team has worked both in Nevada County and the surrounding area, recently completing Placer County's first ever countywide Parks and Trails Plan, which was unanimously approved by the Board of Supervisors. Design Workshop has also completed countywide plans for Mariposa County in the lower Sierra Nevada, developing the first ever recreation resiliency plan, which has received numerous accolades. On the far right of the slide here is one example of a strategy, both creative and innovative in approach, a solution that came forward, and how they redefine public spaces and how places are activated in order to meet community needs that include recreational center type uses, events, meetings, programs, and activities that shifted to emergency evacuation and community assistance and recovery type uses as needed by the community. Another strategy that evolved from the plan included trails and bike ped lanes as a means to strengthen and connect communities, designed to maintain with evacuation and vegetation management in mind, with mapping of nodes and corridors, unifying signage and infrastructure considerations, including public art. We're excited to see how best practices and solutions come forward through this planning process. So here you'll see how the project will be phased out over the next year, starting with task 1, an inventory and mapping exercise, where at the onset the goal will be to form an understanding of existing conditions, taking into consideration all existing current and conceptual plans in development countywide and regionally. They'll look at compiling and mapping data and attributes of parks, open space trail systems, and recreational assets, documenting impacts of increased tourism on natural assets, research and connecting with rec partners and providers, providing a summary of community interests and concerns related to recreation and arts programs, and mapping and summarizing environmental and ecological conditions and vulnerabilities as it relates to resiliency and hazard mitigation planning. The second task identified here is an opportunities and trends analysis, which will identify economic development opportunities, also defining appropriate and desired levels of service for unincorporated residents, and will explore topics like balancing conservation and recreation, population growth projections and its influence, tourism trends and patterns, recreational tourism, greenways, open space connectivity, scenic corridors and buffer areas, and climate adaptation risks, as mentioned before, including wildfire, flooding, landslides, and avalanches. This will lead us to the final phase, the Recreation Improvement Plan and recommendations, identifying projects and priorities, and this will be an ongoing exercise throughout the entirety of the first 3 phases, working with community partners. We'll also be looking at desired levels of service and offerings inclusive of programs, facilities, and more. Again, that's community-driven. And lastly, matching projects to viable funding programs, because at the end of the day, the goal is to identify projects and ways to fund them so we can move into implementation. We'll also be working across county agencies, identifying efficiencies, working with our facilities, libraries, the Office of Emergency Services, Health and Human Services, and more. So it truly is a collaborative effort. This is the project timeline as proposed by Design Workshop, which today you'll see with the 2 items before you today. If approved, we will move into rather rapidly kickoff meetings and forming a working group with community stakeholders in order to identify inventory and begin our mapping process. Public engagement will kick off in November and run the duration of the project all the way through April, with public workshops happening in February. And we'll start to develop a project matrix, financing strategies in March in order to meet our goal of a draft plan in place by May, June. That'll come before the board shortly thereafter. So today, it is our request that you adopt the following resolutions before you. And with that, we are happy to answer your questions.
Thanks for that presentation. I'm just going to open this right up to questions from my board or comments. We'll start with you, Hardy.
Yeah, thank you so much. Followed the process all the way along, and I'd just like to kind of congratulate everybody on the speed at which this has all moved. So the board priority objective we talked about in early 2022, and we have ARPA funding and grant funding, and we kind of moved our way through that process and even deployed some funds into the grant-making process, because that first phase is done and we're looking at the second phase, and here comes the master plan. So that's great work, and it's awesome to see that it's taking place. The stakeholder engagement portion, just a couple of questions. The stakeholder engagement portion is you had that orange line at the bottom that kind of is threaded through. Can you just discuss a little bit about specifically what that means? Will that be public outreach? Will it be web postings? And at what point is the integration of the community's viewpoint put into the plan?
Yes, happy to. And I'd like to introduce Callie New and Stephanie Grigsby from Design Workshop, who can address that question.
Thank you. Stephanie Grigsby from Design Workshop. Our process really does do just what you said. It really integrates and interweaves the public input throughout as we're diving in and understanding a little bit more on the technical side and building upon the existing research that has already been done. So we'll start with a bit of laying the groundwork and understanding from the stakeholders, developing that working group that Erica spoke about. And then you could look for a first round of public engagement really to be an online survey based. The second wave of public engagement for the public, the general public, would be through a series of workshops. And we really also believe in meeting people where they are. So looking at opportunities, to get out into the community, to, connect.
Oh dear, we lost you, Stephanie.
Callie, are you able to jump in?
Oh, here she's back. You're back, Stephanie.
Oh, great. Not sure what happened there, but thank you. So we have four different windows of engagement. I think I talked through. You might have got through the first two. The first one for the general public is a survey. The next two are public workshops or events that we like to get out into the community and engage with as many people as we can. And getting out into the different communities, I think, is a really important piece, especially in Western Nevada, to connect with people where they are. And then the fourth round of public input is a test to make sure that the plan really reflects what people have said and what we have learned from the technical studies, and just making that last touch point before we bring the plan back to the board. So okay. It's a mix. It's a mix of both the stakeholder engagement, the working group, and then the larger public input.
Okay, and the working group is the stakeholders like VTT and Chambers of Commerce and people in Western County that are associated with recreation, Bear Eagle Land Trust, and others.
Absolutely. We're working right now with, hopefully we'll be working with the consultants to develop a strategy around that, but I would imagine that it would include the usual suspects who are stakeholders and really can inform this plan and study, because they have been working with us as part of the ad hoc committees and all of the efforts leading up to this point.
Okay, and that would be like large landowners too, maybe NID and
yeah, absolutely.
Sierra Pacific. Okay,
yes,
that's great. And then when within that timeline will the board receive updates on the progress of the plan?
I don't know that we've. Sorry, was that an echo? I don't know that we've identified specific dates, but we can certainly do periodic reporting back to the board in the form of a presentation or just an update memo, maybe after our first kind of public engagement, and just keep you updated quarterly-ish, or as directed by your board. We're happy to provide as much as you'd like.
Supervisor Bollick, I'll also remind you that you have an ad hoc with yourself and Supervisor Hook, and so this team will be providing updates to that ad hoc as well.
Okay, great. Thanks for the reminder. I forgot about that.
Stephanie, could you speak also to the online webpage that will be created and ways that we will be updating the public?
Absolutely, yes. So we're starting off with, we're kicking off actually this week, hopefully, a branding communications coordination. But the first piece is development of what we call a story map. So it's an interactive website that you're able to scroll through, dive into some of the mapping pieces, sign up for information to be able to be on notification lists for the, when the next outreach engagement event will occur, and then also to be able to provide comments as well as part of the website. But it's easy to update and provide really accurate information as the project progresses too. So we'll build that website in the next month, and then we'll be updating it as we develop content throughout the year.
Yeah, is that, and you did the same thing for Mariposa County?
Yeah.
If you haven't looked at it, it's fascinating. It's really, really cool. It's interactive. So, and we're going to do the same thing for Nevada County.
Yeah, and we'll link it back to the county's website as well.
Awesome. Just one final question. How do we integrate or talk about special events that occur in the county based on recreation? So we're facing down the Heart of Gold ride coming here in 2 weeks, and we're trying to build both the economic benefit from those special events and also recreation. And can we talk a little bit about how special events play a role in our plan, or how we talk through that?
Yes, happy to. So most recently, GoNevadaCounty.com was relaunched, and that will be a hub for those types of events that you mentioned. So that is led by our Economic Development Office and new program manager, Kimberly Parker, and we're working closely with her to identify content. Local Freshies that was contracted for that has a really good system in place, and recreation is a priority platform that we will be promoting in the related events.
It'd be fun if there's elements inside the plan that talk about promoting special events that contribute both economically, recreation, and conservation, like tying it all together through the plan, I think would be really cool. Thanks for your time. Great report.
Okay, great. Ed?
Well, yeah, a very good report, Eric, and I really don't have a lot of questions, but the process to me seems very much like what we're currently going through with the Greater Higgins area plan update. And I think the big difference that I would see is that we have a MAC that kind of, after each public meeting, that MAC reviews it. So in looking at your ad hoc committee, you might work it in that manner. I would think that would work well. My only thought here is the board's view here of recreation to me has always seemed like it's going to be a major challenge. There's a lot of dollars that are involved here, and we've been fortunate. Under the circumstances, I don't know how fortunate, but we have gotten these grants. I mean, just this project alone is $450,000. So I've always looked at it and say, I just don't know how far we can go with recreation without those dollars. We don't have the district. We just don't have the dollars. So this part of it to me is essential. Without this, I don't think there's any way that you can bring those agencies, those 9 agencies plus others, together and work together without this. So I'm pleased with this. I'm pleased with the work that's been done with the 2 ad hoc committees. And I don't really have any questions at this point. We need to see what comes out of this. And the funding part of it, the projects and the funding is an essential part of it. So I support this and ready to move and see what the results are.
And those are some good comments, Ed, because when you look at some of this too, I'm just curious, when we look through there, I don't hear organized recreation very much in here. So I hope we're going to really incorporate that, because that has a lot to do with economics as well. And so in all of this, it doesn't have a very strong presence. And it is a strong presence in our community that needs a lot of extra work. So just throwing that out there. And then the other thing I'm already here, so I'm already talking. So the other thing I would look at too is when we build these out too, especially when we're on trails, is make sure that we keep the agricultural community in the highlight of this, because we did this one other time and it caused a great deal of upheaval. So let's get them in on the conversation right off the bat, because private trails versus community and private are a very mixed situation, and everybody has a different idea. So let's make sure that they stay in that conversation. I think that's going to be really important, as well as, just we talked about all our park districts. So that would be my comment on that. And then, sorry about that, but Dan, you want to go next? I don't know where that came from, that I guess when you're.
I mean, as it passed from Ed this way, you interrupted it, yeah, so.
I was in order.
We had a flow going, Sue, we had a flow. Oh, my gosh. We're in a strange situation because the county doesn't have a rec department, but all the recreation that goes on in the unincorporated areas, it seems to me that it's a no-brainer that the county should be in the position to facilitate a lot of things that go on. And I think this master plan is probably one of the initial big pieces that we have to use. And I don't know how we're going to incorporate or work with, say, the cities and their park and rec districts and what's going to happen there, but I'm sure that you're going to figure it out, Aaron. So I'm not too worried about it. I think that this is probably a big step for us, especially the money piece. But it's a step I think that's long overdue. So congratulations on putting this together and finding our contractor out there with Stephanie and Callie. So I'm all for this. So go forward.
Thanks, Dan. Heidi?
Yeah, thank you for being so thorough in this presentation. This was excellent, and I am so excited to see this come to fruition. I don't think I ever thought this could ever happen when I started on the board, so it's really exciting that it's come forward and that it's this far along. I'm really pleased that we've picked a consultant who's done this work before and that you've done it nearby in Mariposa and Placer, both rural-ish counties with recreation challenges. So I'm hoping that we can benefit from your experience, Callie and Stephanie, and those other plans, and that you'll keep us alerted to what might look different here and what we might need to adjust. I too am interested in the funding piece. I think Ed hit the nail on the head that this is the starting point from which we can go out to find other grants. And of course, there are federal funds coming down for recreation. So it'll be great to see if we're poised to access that. I just want to make sure that that's part of the ongoing planning too, that the search for funds needs to be woven in all the way along. I think since we don't have sort of a sustained line item for this. We do have staff now, but we're still going to need to be constantly looking for funds. I did think you answered this question, but just reconfirm that part of our partners will be the federal and state agencies, for example, that we've been working with on the South Yuba River cohort, BLM and Forest Service and state parks.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, that is going to be essential, and it's hard for them to attend a ton of meetings, so let's figure out how we can make it worth their while and easy for them to contend regularly, because we're just right up against all those landowners, and a close collaboration is going to be key to making all this work. And then in terms of reporting back to us, I appreciate Hardy bringing that up. I would like to, I've learned over the years when we create ad hoc committees and community groups, and I like to see who we're putting on them and make sure there's sort of a balance and that we haven't forgotten folks that we might need to put on there. So I'd love to hear back when you have an idea of who you would want to put on those committees to make sure we get everyone on there. I agree. I like the idea of and checking on what major events we're having in the community so they don't conflict or they're actually maybe integrated with the plan. And I guess my only other question is the inventory mapping beginning in next October. It seems to me that you don't need all the community input before you start on that. I know you know this better than I do, what you have to do, but I'm just wondering if that can't start sooner.
It's already started, so I will add that, that we've been doing a lot of pre-planning work, Brian, myself, and other staff members who have been a part of this effort for longer than I've been here. So there's a wide range of plans that have been identified. There's also strategic planning efforts that are happening with other jurisdictions, the city of Nevada City, NID. We're trying to get in front of those folks as well to ensure that we're being efficient and sharing resources in terms of knowledge and data and expertise. So all of that work is happening.
So then what does it mean that it'll begin in October? Is that the final product or?
If you all approve the resolution to contract design workshop, then they will start to receive that onboarding material from us.
You know what? I thought this was going in a line. I'm looking at your project timeline. I thought you were talking about October of next year, but you're talking about next month.
Just a matter of days.
Awesome. Even better. Okay, this sounds great. I do, maybe you could forward to us a link to that map that you developed for Mariposa, it sounds like, or if any other communities think it would be very helpful for us to take a look at that and see what's coming. And otherwise, I'm just thrilled about this project. Thank you.
Okay, this has been interesting. I think that we got a ways to go, and it's exciting that it's starting. That's the best part. So we welcome you, Stephanie and Callie, to this great adventure. And the other thing I'd like to just throw out, Ed made a good point. When we do start doing some of these outreach and workshops, like our Max would be a great place in South County and my part of the district to really bring in those folks that are engaged in those areas. I mean, Heidi, we could do one here or something, but I'm just saying that'd be a great place for our Max to kind of help out in that and kind of host and facilitate. So, yeah. And so with that, I would like to open up public comment. So if you would like to come up and address this topic, welcome and happy to have you. Good morning.
Good morning. Dawn Zaidanis, Parks and Recreation Manager for Nevada City and a resident of District 1. And I just want to say thank you to the board for making recreation a priority. It's exciting, it's challenging, because it hasn't been, something that the county's really touched before. And so it's just nice to see some action in this area. And as Mr. Schofield mentioned, it is going to be a challenge. There's always going to be challenges. But we're definitely, one of the staff reports talked about, the growth of the county. And it's so hard, I think, for people, especially those who were born and raised here, to accept that the county is growing. But people are moving here, and it is impacting our open spaces and our facilities. And so I'm just really excited that you guys are making this a priority. And the city is also working on their strategic plan, and I'm hoping that recreation will be one of their priorities as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Dawn. And thanks for the work that you have been doing on the ad hoc. So your input's been valuable. Any other public comment?
Hi.
Good morning.
Paul Schwartz. I've worked on a bunch of these plans, and I think one of the big questions you have to ask is, on a scale, is it incremental or is it visionary, and where in between? And that will guide a lot of what you do. I've seen a lot of these plans be incremental, and you come out at the end with a lot of good work, but not really a game plan moving forward, and something that doesn't really intersect with the long-term needs of the community. So I would really push that discussion, incremental or visionary.
Okay, that sounds great. Stephanie, do you have any comment on how you, or Callie, because you guys work on these projects?
Oh, I think that's a great comment. And it's one that I think, I'm trying to remember the quote, but if you don't have a vision, then you'll never, really shoot for the stars. But you have to marry that with having an action-oriented plan, and that's where you can really, have change. So I love that idea, and that's something that, as part of our first survey, we usually ask people on what spectrum you want to be, visionary to really action-oriented, or really addressing deferred maintenance. For Placer's plan, for example, it came in pretty much middle of the road, where it really wanted to be a blend between that visionary piece and the action. So in that sense, we married, really thinking about the broad connectivity for the regional trail system, which was a key portion of that project. And then marrying that with really, how can we actually look at specific segments, the, projects, and marrying those up with, funding sources and how it fit into the capital improvement program. So I think that's a great comment to continue on with.
Okay, thank you. Any other public comment? I would have been remiss if I did not see you come up here. I was like, where are you, Sandy? So I would thank you for being here, Sandy. She just was an integral part of the work that we did on organized recreation and made headway more than we've ever done. So hopefully you guys will have a connection in here as well.
Thank you, Chair Hook. It's a pleasure. Sandy Jacobson, recreation of all trades. I wholly endorse the idea of protecting our outdoor recreation resources. In my lifetime, I have watched more swimming holes and campgrounds get closed down to overuse, shenanigans, and just the inability to manage the property, to meet the impact. The county needs a master plan. We know this from the grant writing standpoint. We don't have it, we don't qualify for the funds. So we really need to have that piece in place. My however kind of comes from the board as well, is that I didn't see enough in Exhibit A, the scope of services that said organized recreation. We need that as well. We need to meet all those people at our county, collect all their money for using our beautiful outdoor spaces, and then turn around and put it into Little League or something like that, because our kids need something. That's what makes our community. Sitting at the ballpark, cheering for our kids, after-school programs, all of the things that Don Zaidonis does on a daily basis, open that swimming pool, make it happen. It's a combination of recreation needs. I want to also tie in with the South County MAC. I sit on that. We have a Greater Higgins area plan. 14 pages of this plan, a whole chapter is devoted to recreation. I'm not sure that the Penn Valley got the same attention, but I'm sure that North San Juan will, when that area plan comes in, fold it all in together. At 3:15 today, I'm attending the Sierra Nevada Regional Meeting, which is on wildfire and forest resiliency, and the 3:15 item is the strategic plan for recreation that the Forest Service and the state parks are putting together. So it's all happening right now. Let's jump on it while it's hot. But don't forget the balls and bats. Thank you.
Thanks, Sandy. Julie, do we have any written comments?
Yes, Chair. There's no callers right now, but I do have 2 letters to read into the record.
Okay, that would be great.
Thank you. The first letter is from Dan Goldsmith. He's a bicyclist of Nevada County, known as Bonk. They would like to take the opportunity at the 9/27 meeting, Recreation and Resilience Master Plan agenda topic, to express support for its preparation by adoption of the contract with Design Workshop, Inc. Development of the master plan will enable Nevada County to allocate funds most wisely in support of local recreation nonprofits and new and current infrastructure to benefit the health and well-being of local residents and build our recreation economy. Bonk is a 501c3 nonprofit, all-volunteer organization. We build and maintain local trails in collaboration with the Tahoe National Forest, Bureau of Land Management, Nevada Irrigation District, and fellow nonprofits Bear Yuba Land Trust, and Truckee Trails Foundation. We need and greatly appreciate the county's material support for our and our fellow nonprofits' projects. And the second letter is from Christopher Parker. He's the Vice President of Real Estate and Resort Development for the Sugar Bowl Resort located in District 5. He writes, I am writing to you to offer my support for the funding of the contract between Nevada County and Design Workshop to complete a Nevada County Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, peak visitation, outdoor recreation opportunity, accessibility, resiliency, and adequate public facilities. All are on top of mind challenges in meeting the demands of resident and visitor recreation while maintaining a healthy dose of respect for the landscape that we residents and business owners choose to call home. There is a great opportunity to study the issues, find creative solutions, and ultimately tap into funding opportunities. This is a must-need study for our residents, businesses, our employees, and visitors." And he thanks you.
Thanks, Julie, and no one's online. So with that, is there any else, does anybody else have any other public comment?
Supervisor Hook, I would just like to remind the board on Jake's comments regarding organized recreation versus outdoor recreation, and that the board commissioned a study in 2019, which was focused on organized recreation. That led to this ongoing ad hoc, which we actually contracted out with Jake to facilitate, and a lot of effort with Supervisor Hook, which we've seen great success in terms of building capacity of our organized rec districts. A recent example is the county hiring a grant writer and securing $1.4 million for Western Gateway Parks. So this isn't an either-or conversation. This is a together conversation, and we're really excited with the board support to move this conversation forward. So thank you.
Yeah, that's fantastic. That's where I see this as exciting is, I think Sandy mentioned is by having this, it opens up doors to more grant writing or more grant abilities, because if you don't have that in place, you don't get that extra score in your application. So this is going to open the door in a lot of different directions for us, I believe. So thank you for that. And so with that, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to go back. Is there any last comments from the board? I see Heidi. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, this is a good conversation, and thanks, Allison, for addressing that. I think it would be important to be really clear up front about the fact that this is all one plan and it all works together, but there are some differences. Kids ride their bikes on the trails, kids hike. All the kids I know go to the river and swim. So it's not an either or. I think providing opportunities for the kids includes organized sports, and it includes the trails and recreation piece of it as well. I think that one of the differences is that when you get organized sports, now you're talking about having products and materials and people who need to organize it, and that's going to be a different set of needs, pots of funding and needs. So I think if we just recognize that up front and being clear about what this plan intends to do, which is lay out where we need to go, not solve all those problems. And then we might need to take slightly different tacks to get the funding and the people involved to make both parts of this work. So I just want to we don't want this to end up being a fight among those things, but that it's unified and recognizing upfront ways in which it's going to be different to implement those parts of the plan. Just wanted to put that
Yeah,
out
I wasn't looking at it that way, though. I just want to bring that forward. When the language isn't there, I just wanted to be clear. That was all I was looking at, because really, this master plan is going to find funding for both areas of recreation. Not that it's going to be two separate, but that it's going to have that ability. Just like we said when we did with Western Gateway Park, that was huge. And I know we have some playground equipment that's going in up in North San Juan, because it's not necessarily, organized recreation is really important too, but first we have to have those parks available to have the recreation in, right? So that's the other thing we were looking at, is how we sustain all that. And I believe what these gals are going to put together, this team is going to do a great job all the way around. So with that.
Quick question. This balance between aspirational or, part of the plan and then project-based, and I think Placer County came in the middle. But from the organized recreation plan, I think there was, one of the primary discussions was the fact that many of the parks districts face the same challenge with administrative, and some of the levers that the county has to pull, which are easy for us to act on in administrative support and others. It would be nice if we looked closely at those and cross-tabbed those across to this. I think to your point that there's probably some areas that the county is going to do really well in addressing from the organized recreational standpoint, and some that are probably better handled at the park district level, where you have people that really care about the soccer field, an analogy there. But is that part of what we want to hopefully do, is pull a thread between those plans?
I would say yes to that, and a lot of these conversations, the legwork has been done with the ad hoc committee, and most recently meeting with Jake and some of these stakeholders and representatives from the park district. So there are tasks and administrative support areas that we've identified and want to build on as well. So absolutely welcome their voice as an integral part of this and participating in the working group and relying on the expertise of our consultants to facilitate and guide those conversations.
Ed, did you have anything else? Okay, well, thank you. That was fantastic. So now what we're going to do back is we're going to go, and there's 2 resolutions that were included in this presentation. And so we're going to go to the first one, which is item 26A, which is a resolution accepting the Sierra Nevada Conservancy grant in the amount of $200,000 and executing the Sierra Nevada Conservancy agreement. So I would.
So moved.
It's been moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Julie, could you call the roll?
Thank you. District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
And District 4?
District 4, yes. So then we'll go on to item 26B, and this is a resolution approving a contract with Design Workshops Incorporated for the preparation of the Recreation and Resiliency Master Plan, and it's within a maximum amount of $450,000.
So moved.
It's been moved.
Second.
Seconded. Julie, can you call the roll?
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. So thank you very much. Look forward to working with your team at the design workshop. I'm very excited about that. I'm looking forward to the workshops where you get the community going and involved in this, and because there's a lot of exciting things going on. And so we look forward to this. Thank you again. Thank you for being here today.
Thank you very much.
Do you? Okay, with that, I've been requested to have a 5-minute break, so we're gonna just take a quick 5-minute, we're gonna call it a bio break, and we'll be right back to a wonderful presentation from Steve Monahan, our Chief Information Officer, and Kevin Edwards from our airport. So we're looking forward to this. you
Yeah.
waiting this out for a minute. And now, I'm going to get to introduce to you Steve Monahan, who is our Chief Information Officer, to introduce this item.
Good morning, Chair Hook, honorable board members, Steve Monahan, your Chief Information Officer and Director of the Information and General Services Agency. And with me this morning is your airport manager, Kevin Edwards, and Kevin's going to give the presentation.
Oh, great. Thanks, Kevin. Thanks for being here today. I've been looking forward to this.
Thank you, Chair Hook, supervisors, members of the public. I am Kevin Edwards, and I am proud to serve as your airport manager. Quickly, the airport's mission is to deliver safe and efficient aviation facilities for Nevada County residents, businesses, visitors, and Grass Valley Air Attack Base and other service providers through a commitment to quality services, professional competence, and fiscal responsibility. We are both federal and state funded airport, and doing so, it requires us to follow some grant assurances, and a few of which are airports should be safe, efficient, located at optimum sites, and be developed and maintained to appropriate standards. Airports should be flexible and expandable, able to meet increased demand and accommodate new aircraft types, which we'll see soon. And airports should be compatible with surrounding communities, maintaining a balance between the needs of aviation and the requirements of residents in neighboring areas. A brief history of our airport. It was built in 1933 by Errol McBoyle, who was the founder and owner of the Idaho Maryland mine. He developed the airport to fly his gold from the mine to Ford Field, which is now San Francisco International Airport. After the mine was shut down, the airport fell into disarray, and it was purchased by Charles Litton from Litton Industries in the mid-50s. And then in 1957, Mr. Litton gifted the airport to Nevada County. Late 50s, the Air Attack Base was formed, and then we had some major infrastructure upgrades in 1995. Some of the improvements that we've done, speaking with infrastructure improvements, is we've updated some of our fuel. The county is the sole supplier of fuel, and the fuel infrastructure was at least 20 years old and starting to fail. With fuel sales being the largest percentage of our revenue and jet fuel sales to CAL FIRE being our biggest customer, it was imperative that we upgrade these components. The avgas self-serve dispenser was leaking. Our transfer pumps to get the fuel out of the delivery trucks and into our tanks, and then from our tanks back into our trucks so we can supply them to the aircraft. Those were failing. And thank you to the board for allowing me to go to a grant, and a state grant, to get our brand new jet fuel truck, which was sorely needed. We had some safety improvements over the last few years. Being a mountain airport, we've had a constant battle with trees penetrating the FAA safety standards. In June of this year, we removed 12 tall pine trees that were identified as hazards to aviation. Additionally, wildlife has been limited with fencing that was installed around the airport in 2017 and 2018. However, some dig under the fence, and we've created a hazardous weed abatement program with CAL FIRE to not only control the weeds, but the bedding down of those wildlife that does make it in. We received 200 pounds of rye grass seed at no cost from the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and this seed will be placed in the areas to compete with the weeds after we get them down. Other safety improvements that we made over the past few years is we partnered with NID when they wanted to increase the capacity of the reservoir adjacent to the airport. This three-phase project eliminated significant slopes on the north side of the runway, allowing a much safer area for aircraft if an aircraft experienced a failure and departed the runway. This project was completed at no cost to the airport. Over the past few years, we've replaced failing weather station components, added a backup generator so we can operate during PSPS events, We've had a recent development of a 3,500 square foot hangar, privately owned, and recently the approval by your board for the development of Lot 5. The Lot 5 development provides a long-term financial stability for the airport and allows for redevelopment of Lot 6. Many of our pavements are 10 to 30 years old and are starting to show significant wear. Over the last several years, we've scheduled to have many capital improvement projects on the pavement sections, ranging from simple crack seals, seal coats, to complete replacement. This one is really exciting for me. Grass Valley DART, which is the Disaster Air Response Team. This is a group of local pilots that volunteer their time and their aircraft to deliver supplies and allow people to move people in areas affected by disasters when time is a factor or roadways are impassable. On the 25th of this year, we completed the final requirement, performing a mission exercise, and became the only mountain and northern state operator. This offers OES another tool to quickly respond to disaster in the county and counties across the state. We have some local businesses at the airport. Sierra Mountain Aviation and Alpine Aviation are the two main businesses supporting aircraft rework and brings aircraft in from maintenance all over areas of the West Coast. Air Galore, which has recently joined our airport, brings rental cars available, which has been a struggle for us over quite a few years. And this new business allows pilots a way into town to conduct business and enjoy the amenities of Nevada County. With these new rental cars, it allows, it brings in aircraft that would normally not come in because they didn't have a way into town. Airport expansion. We receive multiple inquiries each week on hangar availability. All throughout the state, airports are all feeling the same thing. All their hangars are full. During fire season, our largest ramp gets overwhelmed quickly with firefighting assets, especially helicopters. Firefighting helicopters are staged at the airport frequently throughout the season and take up a considerable amount of space, which limits GA aircraft from coming into the airport for business and pleasure. With this airport expansion, I firmly believe we need to build more hangars. It's like the field of dreams. You build it and they will come. And a potential land acquisition that's contiguous to the airport for both firefighting helicopters and just expansion overall. This is the future of aviation, and it's electric. These are called advanced air mobility, or eVTOLs, which are electronic vertical takeoff and landing. Two companies, Over Air and Joby Aviation, are two businesses located in California that are working with the FAA on certifications of these specific aircraft. These aircraft have a range of over 100 to 150 miles at a max speed of 200 miles an hour. The pipistrel aircraft here, the fixed wing in the lower picture, is an aircraft great for flight instruction. It's all electric, it's super quiet. The maintenance requirement on these are extremely low, which drives the cost down for flight instruction, allowing for more people to afford it. I've been starting to explore the infrastructure requirements to support these electronic vehicles. That is my presentation, and I'm ready for any questions you might
Answer the
have.
big questions,
Yes.
huh? Well, I appreciate you coming and doing this presentation. I think it's just important for our community to know and be aware of what we actually do at our airport and the importance of that. We're very fortunate that we have it here, not and just for fire, but just for actually economics. A lot of people fly in here, just like you said, so I'm excited to hear about the rental car service, because it just fits with an airport, right? Now, if we just get a restaurant there someday. But no, but seriously, and I think the expansion point is going to be an interesting question as we move forward and do some of that with the hangars. That's very interesting. And so will there be federal money to put in the electric chargers That'll be an interesting question as that moves forward because for state funding, we're going to need that if they're going to have that in rural areas like we're in. So lots of good questions. So Kevin, I appreciate all the work you're doing up there. And again, I'm looking forward to hopefully we're going to have the air show again one of these days now that COVID's over and really let people see and highlight what you actually do up there. There's a lot. So thank you. With that, I'm going to open up some questions. I know you and Hardy have many questions, so I'm going to make him last because he talks planes. And I'm going to start with Dan.
Well, they haven't started with me yet, so it's my turn. One of the things, Kevin, it says airports should be flexible and expandable, able to meet increased demand and accommodate new aircraft types. Could you kind of expand on that a little bit? Because you can't lengthen the runway. That seems to be a no-go.
As far as the new aircraft types, like I said, there's quite a few electric aircraft that are coming out. There's a lot of aircraft, the aircraft that have been flying for decades. I don't think they're going anywhere anytime soon. The infrastructure to support these, I believe, is solar panels with battery banks. I'm looking into and discussing these with other airports. Was just recently at the ACA conference, which is the Association of California Airports. It was at South Lake 2 weeks ago, and this was a big topic of conversation. This covered about half the conference. So there is money that I believe is available for the infrastructure, with the bipartisan infrastructure law money, with also the federal grants just for regular AIP.
Okay.
I believe it is there.
Now, the tanker base isn't going anywhere. I've been assured of that. Is our runway able to handle any larger tankers than what we have right now?
I wouldn't. Okay. I would say no. I've talked extensively with CAL FIRE and been having multiple conversations with them about the new coming aircraft. They said it's not even on the site yet.
Okay, all right. No, I think our airport serves a purpose. It's probably an integral part of what we need in our community. So, any way that the county can continue to operate that in an efficient, well-managed manner is vitally important to us. And we can't lose our airport. So,
absolutely, I totally agree.
Okay, let's go to Heidi.
Thank you. This was great. It feels like we've kind of shifted. It felt like there was a time when we were just with shoestring trying to keep the airport going. And now we have this, beginning to have this vision of what it might look like in the future. And I see that, the infrastructure improvements you've made were clearly badly needed, but now we need to talk about what are going to be needed in the future. So I think we're in a really good place to look forward. And to that effect, I had a number of questions. About, are you going to have electric charging stations? What kind of charging stations do planes need? Does it affect their ability to take off and land? Is it all different? So what that comes down to for me is there a thought to create a plan, a strategic plan, where you can look into the future and say, here's what we see coming, sort of like we're doing with the recreation plan. Here's what is going to need to change for us to be ready for that. And sort of lay that out, get community input and input from CAL FIRE and all the folks who are using, and then put you in a better position to get some of that funding that's coming down. It feels like maybe there's the time for that, and maybe that's something the county can help with. But I'd love to see sort of a plan of how because I do think this is vital for the area, and it looks like you're already thinking ahead, which is awesome, and maybe a plan that would help get there and get the funding.
Absolutely. Supervisor Hall is a great question. The infrastructure piece, it was, like I said, it was highly talked about during the conference. There's still a lot of questions. Some of the personnel there from the companies couldn't even answer some of those questions yet. So it's coming. Whether or not when it's when it's coming to our airport, that's quite an unknown right now. I think it's sooner than later. If somebody wanted to fly from San Francisco International Airport to Truckee, we're right in the middle. or just on the outside end of, or we're within the range of the first aircraft before we need a charge. So, I mean, we could be that airport that serves these.
That's awesome. So maybe it's a little early since we don't know the answers to
Correct.
questions, but
Correct.
the other thing that I think it would address is you've had issues with the neighbors in the past. And so again, putting together a plan and doing the outreach so you get the neighbors on board also, I think is going to end up being critical.
Absolutely. One more point for these types of aircraft, they are extremely quiet. Less than 60 decibels from what I've been told. So I think the patrons that live around the airport will be extremely happy.
That's wonderful. Okay, exciting.
Yes.
That's exciting. Thank you.
Now, that is exciting, but I mean, I think we need to be clear that regular planes aren't going away anytime soon, and we are going to continue to have an air attack base that is incredibly important to this community, being in our high fire danger areas, so just throw that out.
Right.
And I just have to forget to tell you, and I'll let them do that too, but it's so fun to see the new fuel truck. You know, what a process to go get a truck be built. It's not like an overnight story, so good on you, Kevin. I mean, that was a stick-to-it, and same with Steve and all the team that works to get that. So it is shiny, it looks great, and I heard a lot of positive things from everybody up there with that, so.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, so now we'll go to Ed before Hardy.
Thanks, Sue. Well, Kevin, my first thought is that you clean up pretty well. You don't even know why I said that.
We probably would figure it out.
So Kevin was part of a group of county folks this past weekend walking LeBar Meadows. I think that's your district, Dan. But you're welcome. And I'm walking alongside of him he has an orange bag and a picker with him, and I don't know who he is. But once I realized it was Kevin, it was like great conversation. I really enjoyed that, Kevin. And, you know, the one thing that I saw here, and you've touched on it too, is the aviation companies that are interested in our airport. And are we struggling with limitations with these companies, or what kind of companies are they?
Well, Supervisor Schofield, that was a great question. I appreciate the question. Yes, we have an avionics company whose founder is originally from Grass Valley. I think he has a hangar in, where it is now, but he wants so badly to bring his business back to the county. There's a flight school from McClellan that wants to bring their business up here as well. I had talked with another company it was a helicopter company out of Placerville that was interested in relocating and bringing their business here with, I think he said, a payroll of $400,000 a year. We just have the airport is ready to expand. We just don't have the places for them yet. So if we, again, Field of Dreams, I keep going to that analogy, but I build it and they will come. So it's exciting knowing that people want to bring their business to the airport. And I'm trying everything that I can to let them know we're ready for them.
Great. And, you know, Kimberly Parker was out there with us, and I know you know Kimberly, but, and working with ERC would be greatly, I think that would be really good for you and for the ERC. So, Kevin, it was a pleasure walking the road with you the other day. Thank you for your service.
Mine too. Thank you, sir.
What part of LeBar Meadows was that, Ed?
Headed down towards District 2. Yeah.
It was probably in District 2, which I picked up before too, so.
So there.
Oh, okay. Well, now we're gonna go to Hardy, and I gotta say, I always just appreciate this part about Hardy, because he knows all the real lingo from the airports and the right questions to ask, and he's actually a great asset to have on the board when it comes to aviation and the needs. So, no, I'm not. Wait, you're all good, Hardy. So ask away, because I'm sure you're gonna have those important questions that we're probably not always
You
asking.
guys asked a lot of good questions. Just thanks for the presentation, Kevin. And Kevin and I spent time together. I swung by the airport a couple weeks ago, and we busted out the ALP and walked the property. And that was the third time we've done that. And I just so enjoy touring that airport. And I assess airports as part of my some of the things I do, and I see a lot of them all the time, and we have a very well-run airport. Safety, security, and efficiency is the way you judge an airport, and then it goes into all these other areas, but we have all three of those, we nail it. And I just don't have any worries about what happens at Golf Oscar when I know Kevin's on the ground working there, so job well done. I was gonna say, Supervisor Hall, when you talked, what you described as a master plan, which is an element of all airport plans, and ours is fairly dated, they're quite expensive, is an undergone process in coordination with the FAA and the local community kind of, and an airport should always reflect the community it serves, right? So that's the goal of an airport, and I wouldn't be opposed to talking more with Kevin or anybody about what a master plan would entail, because what that does, it allows you to bring forward your design alternatives for the airport and fund them. So that's essentially what it does. It does it in a way that is accepted through federal standards so that an airport can grow commensurate with the community and also the aeronautical needs. So that's pretty key, and I'd be happy to talk more and work, with you to help look at what those costs would be. That's part of our airport capital improvement plan. It may be paid for actually in part or almost entirely by the federal government. So we can move in that direction. The UAM part, the urban air mobility with Joby and others, is really the emerging part. And one of the biggest restrictions we're seeing in the industry is lack of power supply to keep all these things charged. It's just, you need a whole bunch of juice coming into the airport, both for the aircraft, but also for electric vehicles and ground service equipment that airports are using. So conservation and the use of electrification and urban air mobility all going hand in hand. It's just, you need to have some serious infrastructure to power it all. So that's part of what a master plan could do as well. I'll mention that Kevin's really looking closely at the property north of the airport and some other key areas to try and get some helicopter parking so that we can really utilize the airport as a tanker and helicopter fire response type of facility, because we know that's just so hugely valuable. And then also looking at expanding the CAL FIRE facilities. So I think, just as one board member, if you have things that you think we can help with to really solidify the presence of CAL FIRE and provide for them and provide for the helicopters, that is priority number one. So just from an airport perspective, we do that first. Happy to help there as well. I was just going to mention a couple concepts. In airports, private investment and public dollars they go hand in hand. So if you have a tenant who wants to get on the airfield, that tenant has to produce money in order to do improvements. And so we do have the benefit, if we have an area, we can work together to try and get investment in our airport. There's a balance, because you don't want to give away a bunch of low-cost ground leases, because then those revenue dollars go back to the developer and not to the county. So personally, I'd like to see more county development of hangars where we're possessing that revenue in perpetuity. And over time, as you pay those assets down, they become a huge cash engine. So if we can get hangars or other facilities that are owned by the county, it's going to take some investment. But again, allocating something in the budget to do the cost share, the down payment on future facilities, I think is going to really pay dividends. Maybe not in the time that I'm on the board, but some future board. And that's pretty much, what I want to throw out there, but really the master plan, if we can sit in that discussion, because that kind of gets us into all these other areas.
Supervisor Bullock, I totally appreciate your comments, and anytime you have available, I'll be willing to sit down with you and discuss those master plans.
That was great, Hardy. I knew you'd have the most efficient conversation about airports. And just to sideline, this doesn't have anything to do with Nevada County Airport, but I'm gonna just take this opportunity for you to introduce your intern that's up at Truckee at the airport, since we have these airports that kind of go along. I think that would be nice. We have someone new that's working up at the Truckee Airport with us today.
Yeah, Jeff could maybe stand up, and Jeff is comes to us through the Air Force, working with our HR department, doing an internship in concert with the Truckee Tahoe Airport in Nevada County. And so Jeff and I have made a conscious effort and really a pact with each other to not spend all of our time talking about airplanes, even though that did happen. It's going to happen a little bit. But no, I'm really excited. He brings aviation, aeronautical acumen, super high level of administrative, and both on the federal side and others background. So I'm excited to work with him, and he's visiting us today and working with Kevin as well. And so I talked to Jeff about all the projects that Kevin has, and so.
Yeah, that's great. So I just want to take that opportunity, but thanks and welcome. We're happy to have you here. So with that, and Dan has one more question for you, Kevin.
Kevin, we know there's an aircraft owners association up at the airport that's pretty active. What are their issues or suggestions? What are their complaints? How's our relationship with that group?
We have two, the Experimental Aircraft Association and the Golden Empire Flying Association, GIFA. I believe we have a very, very good relationship with them. We talk almost daily with some of the members that are engaged in the airport. We talk through some issues all the time, and they're pretty much resolved on the spot.
Okay.
I don't know if we really have any, honestly.
Are there any outstanding issues that you're dealing with that
Not to my
might be a
recollection.
challenge?
Not to my recollection, no, sir.
Great, okay, that's what I needed to thank you.
This has been a good discussion. I really appreciate you bringing this forward. And with that, I'm going to open up public comment. Is there anybody that has public comment? Welcome you up to the podium. Good morning.
Freeman, I have a question about the charge times for these planes from the time that they have to land because they're too low on electricity. How long does it take to charge each of those?
From what I recall from the conference, I think they said about 30 minutes for a fast charge, but that requires a high voltage source. Like I think they said 900 volts. But I believe from
They're
my
all
recollection-
about the same average?
I believe so. I think there was two groups that were there, and I know one of them said 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
I think there'll be a lot of information that comes forward with these new, yeah, EV
You need long
aviation.
enough for them to have to stop and eat lunch, and then we can get a restaurant up there.
There we go. Well, that darn car might take care of that, unfortunately. No, that's all perfect. Any other public comment? Julie, do we have anybody online, or do we have any written comments?
No written public comment and no one online.
Okay, great. Well, with that, we're going to close public comment. And again, thank you all for coming and doing that. Does anybody ever have any last-minute comments? Okay, great. Well, keep up the great work up there, Kevin, and I really appreciate you taking time out of your day to come down and do this presentation for us. It was really informative. And we'll come out and see the airport whenever we get ready to do our...
Vote to accept it?
We are going to do that.
Oh.
So, and all this is going to be, so I just would entertain a motion to accept the presentation.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, it's moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Perfect. Thank you again.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so we're going to go on to item 28. And I'm going to introduce Brian Sanders from PG&E to come on up. This is item 28. So this is I appreciate you coming in. This is going to be an informational presentation, and welcome.
Thank you, Chairwoman Hook, Supervisors. Appreciate the opportunity to come before you again today and share an update with all of you around PG&E's efforts to reduce wildfire risk in your county. Those efforts are substantial and wide-ranging, and I have a pretty hefty amount of information to share with you today. My name is Brandon Sanders. I'm a senior representative within the Local Government Affairs Organization at PG&E, assigned to Sierra Division. Going to go ahead and click through the slides here. There we go. Sorry about that. So this is sort of the four topics I'd like to cover today. As you'll see, there's sort of a general overview of the work that has been occurring and is ongoing related to wildfire safety across the county. And then a conversation about two specific wildfire mitigation tactics that we are employing. That is enhanced power line safety settings, which I know has been at front of mind for a lot of people, particularly in Supervisor Hook's district. An update on public safety power shutoff. And we have greatly expanded the customer resources available for those customers that experience wildfire mitigation outages. So just as a refresher, a lot of what we plan for and strategize around is these high fire threat districts as designated by the state. As you can see, pretty much the entire county, with the exception of the wildland, of course, is considered within that high fire risk area. That's largely due to the absence of electrical infrastructure in those areas. You see the extent of PG&E's service territory just up to the summit there. But this map really allows us to target our efforts for the biggest impact in reducing wildfire risk. These are just sort of the three main safety objectives for the year. The first being to mitigate risk, further minimize customer impact, and maximize our situational awareness. I'm going to go into detail on the tactics around each of these in the next slides. So our focus on wildfire safety work is not just to address the climate risk that we're facing, but that we're going to be facing off into the future. You know, I think we all agree that the conditions we see out in the field are ever changing, and we're acting accordingly. We currently have 53 system hardening line miles completed in Nevada County. This is going to help reduce the risk of wildfire associated with that infrastructure and improve reliability, particularly during winter weather. Just a brief description of what that work entails. It involves replacing poles with deeper set, stronger, taller poles, installing wider cross arms to increase the distance between the energized conductor, replacing wood cross arms with aluminum or other non-flammable material cross arms. And we're also installing, where strategic, animal guards, because a lot of our outage activity can be influenced by animal contact. This is an emerging tactic that we're actually meeting with a number of your team on next week. It's undergrounding overhead electrical equipment, essentially eliminates the risk of wildfire from that equipment. And we have a very expansive goal, and this is going to be a primary focus for the company on a going forward basis. We have a goal to make 10,000 miles underground over the coming years. We're going to be ramping that up. We intend to have completed around 3,600 miles by the end of 2026. And I've shared some information with your team, but this is a general description of where we plan to target the early years of the program in the county. And we are having an in-depth, what I would call an initial or introductory meeting with your team next week to begin to strategize on how we can collaborate to make sure this work goes forward. Another highly visible and impactful but important piece of our work is enhanced vegetation management. This gives you a descriptor of the number of miles that we have planned and completed. This is exceeding the state standards for minimum clearance. As we know, there's a heavily treed landscape out there behind us, and there are certainly imminent threats from overhead vegetation, so we're doing our best to work with customers to mitigate those trees that could potentially pose a risk to the overhead system. I've shared with you in the past our efforts to install additional sectionalizing devices. This allows us to be more surgical in the application of our fire mitigation tactics. And it helps to lessen duration of outages as we're able to restore in a step-by-step fashion as opposed to waiting until an entire line is patrolled prior to re-energization. We have greatly expanded our system of weather stations throughout the county. This has informed our PSPS decision-making significantly. I have some statistics later in the presentation that I can share about how PSPS impacts from the onset of the program till today have somewhat diminished for the county, and we hope to continue on that trajectory as our modeling and planning is better informed by these expansive networks. Additionally, we have you see the locations of the wildfire cameras that we've installed around the county. These are not only important for PG&E's operational decision-making, but this is used by the Bureau of Land Management, the U.S. Forest Service, CAL FIRE, any other cooperating agencies publicly available online. And we have also provided CAL FIRE with the ability to manipulate the angles of the cameras as they need to so that they can get eyes on these fires quickly. We intend to, by the end of 2022, have direct line of sight to more than 90% of the high fire threat district using these camera networks. So I think this is the main topic that our customers and your constituents are looking to hear about today. And so I've got quite a few notes on this. I'll try to work through them in a timely fashion so that we can get to public comment and questions. This program was launched in 2021. And essentially what it does is it increases the speed at which safety devices turn off power in response to faults that could result in wildfires. It's a proven wildfire prevention tool. Last year, we initially deployed this new wildfire mitigation tactic to 45% of the overhead circuit miles in the high fire threat district. We achieved such great success in reducing wildfire ignitions by nearly 80% that we have now deployed this fire mitigation tactic to all overhead electrical equipment within the high fire threat district across the entire service territory. While EPSS does help to prevent wildfires, we certainly acknowledge that it poses challenges for our customers. We're doing a number of things in real time to lessen those impacts. We have fine-tuned the sensitivity of these settings. We have made operational changes in terms of device placement and the installation of fault indicators to allow for more rapid restoration following a complete patrol of the affected circuit. Additionally, we are expanding customer support programs for those that are frequently impacted by EPSS. Those include our generator rebate program, our portable battery program, our backup power transfer meter program, which is essentially PG&E will come out and install an automatic transfer switch on your panel if you meet certain requirements, which allows you to more quickly and safely energize your home using a personal generator. I have one installed on my house. It's very quick, seamless. Guy was in and out in about an hour. And it's nice peace of mind to have that additional support there. What I would encourage folks to do is if they're looking for more information on some of the things I just covered, they can review PG&E's wildfire mitigation plan filed with the Public Utilities Commission. That plan is available at pge.com/wildfire mitigation plan. So this slide is a descriptor of essentially how it works. Our power lines have equipment installed on them that allows us to automatically turn power off within a fraction of a second. If something like a tree branch, turkey vulture, turkeys, Canada goose, squirrel, anything like that gets in contact with energized equipment and causes a fault. This is highly effective at stopping wildfires. We have data showing that over a 3-year comparison that we have reduced reportable ignitions from our equipment by 80%. And I think that's a very telling statistic. You know, we certainly acknowledge the impact to customers, but as with most things, there is a trade-off, and we have greatly improved the safety of our system as a result of utilizing this tool. Some of you have probably seen this infographic on Ubinet or elsewhere, so I won't belabor it, but it essentially illustrates that an object strikes the line, it goes back to the closest protective device, de-energizes beyond that protective device, and then PG&E personnel will have to either patrol on foot or in a vehicle or via helicopter to validate that all of that equipment is still intact before we re-energize. The last thing we want to do, similar to PSPS, is re-energize a section of circuit that's not intact and subsequently start a fire. We're making efforts to reduce impacts to our customers and your constituents. We're working on providing more accurate notifications, reducing the number of outages through operational changes, expanding customer eligibility for those resource programs I mentioned. We also have community-based organizations that we partner with for things like food replacement, as noted here with the Meals on Wheels and local food banks. So we get the question often, when are these outages most likely to occur? It's during the highest fire threat portions of the year. This is not something that's going to be in place during the rainy or snowy season. So obviously the fire threat is greatly diminished during the winter, and as such, these settings will be disabled once we have the operational decision in place to operate in normal configuration to at least minimize these outages when it's not high fire season. And how will customers be notified? We've been continually improving on that. We know we have more work to do, but I would encourage everyone to either call 800-743-5000 and ensure that we have your contact information so that we can get in touch with you. You can receive a phone call, a text message, an email, or all three. I personally do all three because I'm not always on my computer or with my phone. So, and then since outage happens automatically, unfortunately, we're not able to provide advance notice such as we do with public safety power shutoff. So I'm not going to belabor this because I know I've presented on the topic to this board a few times. But again, just under high fire threat conditions coupled with a dangerously high wind event, this causes damage to our equipment and could potentially start a wildfire. So these are the conditions that drive our decision-making: low humidity, high winds, a red flag warning is also taken into consideration, as well as fuel moisture and things like the energy release component of that fuel, which is hitting records as we've seen in recent weeks. And we have on the ground, sure, excuse me.
Hey, Brandon, one of the things that public is being told is that it's actually the CPUC that directs PG&E on these PSPS events. Is that accurate, or is it actually PG&E's call?
That's an excellent question, Supervisor Miller. So we have some direction from the PUC as to things they want us to do for customer support, for example. The programs we have in place to support customers like medical baseline customers, those with access and functional needs, but the operational decision to enact a PSPS lies with PG&E. And same as it would for Southern California Edison and San Diego Gas and Electric as well. And thank you for stopping me. I apologize if I'm talking too fast. Please jump in at any time if you'd like me to answer a question.
You're doing just fine. We were all saving our questions up.
Okay.
But that one just seemed appropriate at the moment.
That's great. So we've worked really closely with your team, your OES team, and your facilities team, all excellent people. We're very fortunate to have great partners here at Nevada County. One of the things we've been able to put in place are a variety of community resource center locations. In light of COVID, we had worked with your team to identify not just indoor locations, but outdoor locations as well. This information is available on our website, so I won't list the locations, but it's also on the county's website within the agenda packet as well. We've partnered with Gold Country Community Services as well as the food banks across both counties, and we will continue to do so. Talking a little bit about customer resources, there are links here that I'll just call out quickly. So for the portable battery program, that is pge.com/PSPS resources. For information about what PG&E is doing to support our customers with medical needs or access or functional needs, you can visit cfilc.org. That is the California Foundation for Independent Living Centers. We have a strong partnership with them, and through them, a really good working relationship with Freed here locally. In terms of our generator and battery re-rate program, as well as the backup power transfer meter or transfer switch, you can go to pge.com/backup power. All of the information in terms of eligibility and process for application is there. There are some criteria. I believe for the generator program, a customer would have to be served by a private water well and be on an EPSS-enabled circuit. So there are some bookends to the programs because we're trying to focus those customer supports on the people who need them most. But all that information is there. We've upgraded our mapping tools for customers on our website for PSPS events. So I would just encourage folks to peruse our website. There's a lot of great information there. And again, these links are all available in the county's agenda packet under item 28. Just a few more web links. And I'd like to, for those that may not be seeing the slide deck, I would like to let everyone know that if you have concerns around wildfire safety as it relates to PG&E, our operations, our equipment, we have a dedicated wildfire safety phone number. That phone number is 1-866-743-6589, or you can alternately send an email to wildfiresafety@pge.com. That concludes my presentation. I'd be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Brandon, appreciate you being here today. So I'm just going to throw out the first question. So just for interesting sakes, communication, that was challenging in my area because We don't have cell service when the power goes down. So there is not that ability to have that communication, so that's a real struggle. And then, so just, I'll start with that one. This is the lack, we don't have landlines as much as we used to. I mean, I have a landline I plug in, so I can always call and find out what's going on. But so that tends to be a real challenge in our area. And especially Rough and Ready, and anywhere you get out in that more rural area. So that's a key problem. I don't know how we address that, but so communication, that's huge for that area. And again, and I know you're working on that. I did see a couple of times where the email message comes back and says it's due to the switch. And then there's a description of the switch. When you get a phone call, you don't get that information, just so you know.
Yeah.
So that's one thing on that. So, and then I'm not going to hog all the questions, but I just want to point that one out right away, because that just, what you just said that. So then I'm going to open it up to my board to have questions, because that's what I'm supposed to do instead of asking them all. But, and I got to tell you again, I'm going to appreciate at least the fact that I do know my area is 19 times without power, 19. And you've been great at responding. So even though you can't fix it, at least I want to just appreciate that. And plus, in the middle of this, you've had the Mariposa fire and the mosquito fire. And so there's been, again, a lot of issues out in the community as well. So I just want to throw that out. I do appreciate that you are so responsive.
You're absolutely correct. The Narrows, unfortunately, is our highest performing circuit, I guess you could say, in terms of EPSS, but that means we've also mitigated some pretty serious hazards. We acknowledge that. The Narrows, we have a project management organization that is singularly focused on improving EPSS, and the Narrows is like in the top 5 over the whole service territory in terms of the attention it's getting to optimize settings. We've placed, you might, if you look closely at certain devices, you might see something with a red light or a green light. Those are called fault indicators, and are allowing us to expedite patrol, because that fault indicator, instead of having to visually inspect every single, jump forward to the next set.
Oh, that's great. So one other question I just would ask, this is the big thing. If those areas are the biggest areas where we're still having so much fault, how come there's not concentrated on working on those lines specifically to make sure they're cleared?
I would have to take that one back to the veg management team. I know that we've done a lot of work out in that area. It's oftentimes either vegetation or animal contact. There have been instances where we've not found a fault, and sometimes that can be due to a momentary contact with vegetation. Vegetation subsequently falls to the ground and looks like just duff on the forest floor. So, but we are working actively on veg every day. We know it's impactful. We're trying to be good members of the community and making safe, but also doing the right thing for our customers. In terms of system improvements, I think that goes back to us optimizing the settings, installing those fault indicators, and some of those other operational changes that we're making sort of more behind the scenes to improve results. But I can go back and ask, what focused work is intended for that area and report back to you.
That'd be helpful. And another thing is too, then what do we tell our businesses? That's been the other ones that are really struggling. Like had 2 restaurants that couldn't open, the last one on the 19th, right? So how do we manage that for those folks? At one time you were looking at, during PSPS, I know there was talks with the fire department to put in a generator down there for PSPS. What triggers those kinds of abilities?
Is that in reference to the Penn Valley area?
That'd be the Penn Valley area.
Okay. I can circle back on what, if anything, we're doing from a microgrid perspective and let you know. I don't have an update today.
Yeah, that's okay.
But I can certainly look at that. One thing I will call out for certain small businesses are also eligible for the generator rebate and the transfer switch.
Okay, that's good to know.
So,
We can share that.
yeah, pge.com/backup power. It's not likely to cover the full cost, but there could be some cost relief for qualifying small businesses. I don't know the exact details, but I would encourage folks to look there.
Okay. All right, sorry. Heidi?
Yeah, thanks for starting it off, Sue, and thank you, Brandon. I need to say that on a personal level, you've been very, approachable and available, and I very much appreciate that. I know you take a lot of heat for what PG&E as a big company has been doing wrong for a number of years, and all the issues we're continuing to have. I'm sure you don't take it personally. You've been very, very available, and I appreciate that. Of course, there still are major issues that Sue has started on those. I just gonna say overall, because I know you can't do anything about this, but all the work that's being done now to underground and veg clear and now this new equipment is stuff we've been asking PG&E to do for decades. So it's just really disheartening to, I guess the only productive thing I can say about that is I hope once they're caught up, that they're going to be looking forward so that we don't have to do this again. And staying on top of new technology, because this issue of wildfires is not going to go away here for a very long time. I have a couple small questions, but let me start with the biggest issues are the veg clearing that you've been doing, or the PG&E's been doing. So two different issues. One, I'm going to use my road as an example, but I hear this stuff from my constituents all the time. I'm out Greenhorn. PG&E's been out there, PG&E's contractors have been out there probably 5 times. And they come along and then they take some limbs off and then I drive by and I'm thinking, why did they do here and completely leave this untouched? And that's happened 3 or 4 or 5 times. So I don't know what the business model is, but you need to get everything when you're coming down that road and you're deploying all those resources. And I know it's a massive amount to do, but it's not very, it doesn't encourage a lot of trust when we see them coming out and doing this hard work, but there's just obvious problems that remain after each time they go through. The second issue is and again, I think it's your contractors, the work that they're doing as they come out closer to home. So my home is an example. They came out and identified a bunch of huge trees that needed to come down. We were fine with that. We understood the reason. We came by after they were done. Slash was left in the road. The massive logs that no one could move were left lying so close to the road that we could barely get a car through. Certainly a fire truck couldn't have gotten through. Worst of all, they left the stuff lying, the logs and the slash, under the power lines. It was in worse shape after they took it down. I hear this from my constituents still to this day, over and over and over again. My husband, who's great at this stuff, got on the phone with PG&E. They agreed it shouldn't have been done that way, said somebody would come out someday. He finally went out and talked to the contractors and got them to come back and clean it up. Your contractors need to be given clear direction about how they're cleaning up this stuff, how they're leaving it, how they're taking it away. We still have the stuff stacked. It's been eight months maybe. It's okay because it's no longer a fire danger, but the amount of effort we had to put into following up to get it done right, to not put us in more fire danger than we were in the first place is unacceptable. So I hope you will take that back. I would like to know if you're hearing about that. I certainly am. I'm guessing my colleagues are. Are you getting calls from people about that? And what's been your plan to respond to those things?
Well, first, I'd like to apologize that you had that negative experience. It's certainly not what we want our customer experience to be. I frequently am contacted by local, state, federal elected officials' offices with very similar concerns. My approach or my strategy is I then route those to the local program manager. And in my experience, they've been responsive in addressing those. I do know there are gaps, but I would encourage you all as advocates for your constituency to get in touch with me, and I will certainly do my best to have it corrected. There does take some time, oftentimes, but it's a very prevalent issue. We've heard it. I've heard it from Chair Hook about the multiple entries onto her property. There are reasons for that. We have different work streams. There's enhanced, there's routine, there's construction, but that's no excuse. I'm not here to make excuses. It's certainly, since I've been at my house, I've had a couple dozen entries from PG&E veg contractors, so I certainly understand. What I will do is I will capture from the minutes or maybe the recording your commentary there and make sure that goes to local leaders so that they have that visibility into your perspective as a local leader.
I'd appreciate that because I do think it's a systemic problem, particularly the contractors' work and not doing it properly and leaving people in more fire danger than they were in the first place. That is a consistent message I've been hearing, so I would appreciate you taking that back. Thank you. I'll just stop there. My other issues are small. I'll let somebody else talk for now.
No, but I want to make, that's a good point because, the other thing, just I'm going to throw that in. We have multiple contractors, so one comes, one leaves, one comes, there's a mess, then they know, well, it's not from my group, it's from their group, and their group says, no, it's not from that group, and so the pile of chips is still there. So there's some, like, just clean it up. I don't care which contractor did it, so I'm just saying that's a couple of key ones I got a new one for you I'm gonna call you about. Hey, sorry, Dan?
No, I'm looking at the presentation, I can see, okay, Patty Poppy came to RCRC, Rural County meeting, and spoke with us, and she was there an hour and a half, and we were really encouraged by what she said, because she comes from an operations background, and she came as president of PG&E, and she says, there's no plan in front of us to deal with all of the issues that rural counties and our customers are facing. And so she started putting plans in place, and I'm seeing the plans that she wants. So I'm encouraged by what PG&E is doing, but like Heidi says, there's gaps that need to be filled in that are aggravating our constituents, which come to us, which come to you. But I think what Patty is doing is probably the first step of something that should have been done years ago, and now PG&E sees it, and they've got a president now who's going to make sure that it gets done. And so I'm encouraged by that. Infrastructure improvements, wildfire resiliency issues. So she had a laundry list that she was faced with, but I'm thinking that PG&E is now on the right track, but it's going to take them time to catch up from years of neglect. And so the presentation is good. We can look forward to this happening, especially in our county and throughout the PG&E footprint. So thanks, Brandon. I appreciate your being here.
Thank you, sir.
Ed?
Yeah, Brandon, I kind of want to echo what Heidi said too. First of all, thank you for your availability. Alta Sierra, I don't think has had the impact that Sue's district has had. I don't believe so anyways. We certainly have some power off times, but not to the degree they have. I think most of the complaints that I see have been with your contractors, and these are individual complaints that come in. So I'm interested to see what some of the public comment is, because I was just seeing some of the emails and letters that we've received on this. It's like frustration with the cutoffs, true, but so much of it with the contractors. So, and I know you're doing a lot of that. Yeah, I just had one question here, and that was with the community resource centers. These are just informational centers where people can go. These are not necessarily areas where they can go in the case of a long-term shut-off. Is that correct? I mean, I look at the, in our area, the Magnolia Intermediate School's in, the public's not going to be allowed to go in there. And then I look at the Crossroads Church, and it says it's an outdoor type. What does that mean? It's not able to go in. So, and I look at the fires, and I assume you set up, like you did here, with very specific areas, not so much. Can you maybe clarify that a little bit?
Thank you for the question, Supervisor Schofield, and for your kind words. So the customer resource centers or community resource centers are specifically deployed for public safety power shutoff. And the reasoning for that is that we know a PSPS is coming 2 to 3 days in advance, maybe longer. It's not something we can stand up for like a 3-hour EPSS outage. But what those are, whether indoor or outdoor, it's where people can get information. They can also charge medical devices, phones, laptops. They can get, most of the time, we're able to do things like provide Wi-Fi, water, snacks, those types of things. So really, it's just it was one of the very first things we did to help customers as we rolled this out, was to have these little centers where folks can charge Some of the indoor ones obviously would have generators, they would be air conditioned, those types of things. So
Yeah.
it's not really like it's the same as like a Red Cross shelter, but it's just a place where folks can get resources and assistance.
So it's the example that we've seen during the long-term PSPS, which we really haven't had this.
Yes.
I think the one I visited was at Sierra College. So that's the type of thing you're talking about.
Yes, definitely. And we started to build out a plan for outdoor options, not knowing the duration of COVID protocol. So that's why you see those out. But our preference would be to have them in a structure with power and those types of things.
Sure. Okay. Thank you, Brandon.
Hardy?
Thank you, Brandon, for coming and talking. I just want to extend my appreciation. You've been very responsive to me. The limited number of constituents that PG&E serves in that area, because the cutoff obviously doesn't include Truckee or that area, met in little town of Washington, had a whole meeting out there with me and the people out there. So with the carve out in their community, it's definitely been helpful. So let me just start with a thank you. I don't have many questions. I just, on your map, north of Highway 20, there was kind of a lack of weather stations deployed in that north of Highway 20, which is in that kind of forested area. Just wondering if we could ask if there's anything. Yeah, exactly. Any reason why or no need, or is there other resources that provide that data for you?
That's a really good observation, Supervisor Bullock. It's possible that perhaps the Forest Service might have something out there, or the National Weather Service. I think they're called ROS stations or something. I can certainly look into that, though, and because you're absolutely right. There's a huge gap there between, say, Downeyville, Sierra City, and the 20 corridor. So
Yeah, there's a lot of ground out there.
yeah, let me
for
ask that
fire.
question, and I'll
Okay.
follow up with you via email.
Yeah, thank you. And then, is there a CRC located in Donner Summit? I know the service cutoff is right there, but I believe, if I'm correct, Soda Springs is covered by PG&E, and then Donner Ski Ranch is covered by PG&E, but Serene Lakes and Sugar Bowl, parts of it are covered. There's a cutoff there somewhere. We're just wondering if anybody on Donner Summit needed to go somewhere where they would go.
That's also a very, very good observation, and it doesn't appear that we have one set up for Soda Springs, which you are correct. That's kind of the eastern extent of our service territory. So let me take that back.
Okay.
And see if we can't put something together. That would just involve identifying a facility and working with either the county or the building owner on a contract. So I can work on that.
Thank you.
Okay, great. I have one more question. I'm just going to come back and bring something else that's brought, is surge protection. That's been another really, been a topic. I've had some folks say that they've had that surge come through and take out their routers and those types of things. So I don't really see much education that goes on for that. And it is a different kind of thing for somebody to have to go turn off their power at the box, right? And then wondering when the power comes back on to turn it back on. So that's just an interesting thing that's coming. I've had a few people that have turned in issues, and that's been a struggle. So that's something to just keep on your radar. The other thing, when I was looking at, he asked one question but when you look at the sectionalizing devices in Nevada County too, that little map's hard to look at. But it doesn't look like it reaches down very far into Pin Valley. So I was just curious, are there a lot of those put into that rough and ready Pin Valley area? It's kind of hard to tell where they are in that picture. I mean, is that something we're working on so that it does turn on? Because most of ours are there at least a day and a half. You know, they're a longer process of finding the outage. So could you check in that or let me know?
Yeah, I certainly can. It does appear that the work has been occurring more in like the population centers of the county. I acknowledge that there are population centers or pockets in your district. What I can do, I have the ability to do this when I get back to my desk. I can pull up our system in Google Earth and determine what devices exist out there, and if there aren't any. It's possible that they were already in place prior to us embarking upon this new journey of a program, but I can look into that and let you know.
Okay, just I'm looking at ways that turns it back on faster. I do like, I'm aware of the little lights that they can look at now that is especially fast if they're doing it with the helicopter and their vision thing, so that's a good one. And then I just was curious, how do you partner with Food Bank?
So we provide funding support.
Okay.
So we have a charitable giving program through our PG&E Foundation. And we've, I think, ever since the onset of public safety power shutoff, my understanding is that we've been providing a grant to really many food banks. I know for my area, El Dorado, Placer, and Nevada have been continually funded year over year.
Nice, well, thank you for that.
Of course.
And then there's always these big questions about our brownouts, like through this heat where we went through, we did lose some power from that. There's been a lot of, my constituents have questions. The grid's not strong enough to handle all of this going on. It knocks out. They think that's what probably triggers some of this. Is that true? When the power goes off?
So the historic heat wave we just had spurred the California Independent System Operator to put most utilities across the state, particularly the investor-owned utilities, in a position where we would be directed to de-energize customers. To my knowledge, across Sierra Division and really the northern portion of the territory, those impacts were minimal from the heat wave. Based on what I had seen in event, it looked like the primary impacts were in like the South Bay, in the Bay Area. But I think it's kind of a testament to the improvements we made on the system. You know, our system generally held up pretty well in Sierra and North Valley during the actual heat wave. And just on that note, if for people maybe listening, so everyone has an outage block designated by the California Independent System Operator. So those rolling outages that you hear about during those heat waves, we're directed to do that by the state to balance usage across the system to avoid damage or more prolonged outages as a result of over demand. So you can identify your block, and typically what happens is, imagine Nevada City is block 1 and Grass Valley is block 2, and there was a need for de-energization to protect the grid. Block 1, Nevada City would go out for 2 hours and they would come back on, and Grass Valley block 2 would go off for 2 hours and they would come back on. And then it would just, so it's not like during one of those heat events, people would be experiencing a day or multi-day outage. It's a rotating outage in the sense that it only affects targeted areas at incremental periods. I don't know if that helps.
No, it makes
describe
sense.
it.
That was just a question that a couple
Sure.
of my constituents had asked. I think they would have been more happy with the brownout than being out for a day and a half, right?
Sure.
So,
And that was, I would venture to say that was more EPSS than related to the heat wave, but I can look into it. I'd also encourage our customers and your constituents to get, if they have a smartphone or a tablet or even on a computer, the California Independent System Operator app. There's an application that's available to the public, and you can see in real time the grid condition and whether or not there are any alerts being issued by the state.
okay, that's good to know too. Okay, with that, I'm going to just open this up to public comment. And so we'll go to the chambers first. And I want you to remember, Brandon is only representative, so we're going to, again, be happy as we make comments, but ask good questions.
Please.
Good afternoon.
Hi, I'm Philip Zeman. I have a question, or a comment and a question for Brandon. I've experienced, like two of your supervisors have, of coming out and cutting our trees down on the power lines. It's maybe 150 feet, but there's been, like you, Brandon, close to a dozen visits by the people that are going to mark the trees, and then they keep coming, and they say, well, what about this tree? Well, no, we only mark these kind of trees. And then another group comes through, and no, we only mark these kind of trees. And then there'll be 3 or 4 groups that all are assigned to cut those particular trees, so it's a long, drawn-out process. So that's my comment, just to reiterate what two of you were saying up there. But I have a question on the local AM station this morning. It was announced that PG&E pole was probably responsible for the mosquito fire. And I wonder if you might tell us what that spark was, what it was, transformer or bird on the lines or tree on the lines.
So I'm going to let Brandon answer it, but I believe it's still under investigation, so I don't know if we can even really speak accurately to that.
Yeah, I can directly answer the question, and it's simply that. It's under investigation. As noted in media and, filings and various other outlets, the Forest Service has taken possession of some of our equipment. The cause at this point is undetermined, but we're cooperating with the investigation and also conducting an investigation of our own.
Okay, thank you.
I still have a comment for you,
You
the
do?
chair. For communications, there's a Banner Mountain Communications, a town off South Auburn on Adams Circle, I think it is. And they have these little radios, not much more volume than my hand, or, as big as my hand, but about the same volume. And they have shortwave, they have ham operators, and you can have a group that you can all be on the same Banner Mountain, which covers the whole county and more. And out on Blue Tent School Road, there's three of us in my neighborhood that we all have those radios that we can communicate, across the county. So an emergency, and there's probably going to be more need for that as time goes along. You might look into that. It's Banner Communications. And they have all the emergency services. There's probably 20 bands on there. So it has all the, police and fire and game wardens and quite a bit more.
Oh, thank you. That's good information. I know a couple of my Firewise communities are using those kind of radios, so that's a really good information. Thank you.
It's under $200 too.
Yeah, nice. A good investment. Thank you. I need to, hold on a minute. I don't have a microphone on.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'll start. I'm Randall Strauss, and I live in District 1. And I appreciated this update from PG&E on how things are progressing in the Community Wildfire Safety Plan. In my neighborhood, the aesthetic and environmental coverage of PG&E's excessive vegetation management, EVM program, is on plain view. And this focus has always struck me as odd because trees don't start fires, but bare wires do. And what do I mean by that? As former PG&E CEO Bill Johnson said, we could cut down every tree in California, but our equipment would still start fire because a Mylar balloon touching a bare conductor will start a fire. And the proof of that is EPSS and PSPS. When push comes to shove, you got to turn the power off or you might start a fire. So anyway, I'm just curious why that is because I like this update. So far PG&E has hardened 50 miles approximately of our county's line. So at that rate, it's going to take about a century until things are hardened. I just don't know why those are the priorities when the Southern California utilities took the opposite approach, okay, because undergrounding is very expensive. But anyway, they didn't focus on cutting down trees. They went to covered conductor. Covered conductor, insulated conductor, in case people don't know, it can bear supposedly an entire tree falling on it and doesn't start a fire. Problem for PG&E is the cable is so strong, it breaks their century-old wooden poles. So that's part of, I think, what's slowing this down. But I would urge us as a county to really push for systems hardening. And for people who haven't been following the PG&E story as unfolded in the country's major newspaper since Paradise, you can watch on YouTube the Firepower Money series. But if you're a reader, Catherine Blunt, who is the Wall Street Journal reporter who wrote the articles that Judge Alsup used when he was overseeing PG&E when they were on probation, okay, she wrote a book called California Burning, which starts way back at the beginning. It's really interesting how PG&E started with hydroelectric power in our area, but then gets on to all these other things. But anyway, my comment is really happy to have you here again, Brandon, but I would like to see PG&E focus more on systems hardening. I think we as a county, we owe it to ourselves to do that rather than just cut down trees for no reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Can you comment on that, the hardening versus what we're doing, what you're doing? I know Banner Mountain, they did that up in Banner Mountain, I believe.
Yeah, so I know that a lot of the damage we experienced during the Christmas storm, a lot of that we went back with covered conductor. Not necessarily everywhere, but where it made the most sense. That was a seriously impactful event for us as a company. I think across the division, there were something like 3,200 damaged locations from that one. So we're looking at every opportunity to do that. We also have, as I shared, a meeting next week to go over our undergrounding plan. That's going to be a longer range initiative to eliminate the threat posed by overhead equipment, which is really a stated goal that our new leader has put in place. But I guess one thing for those that might have a concern about the condition of our equipment, you can see here we have a new app called Report It that customers can download to their smartphone or access online. And basically, it's just a citizen report of observations from the field of something that they may think we have missed. So that's another way to capture those things.
Am I allowed to say something?
Oh, your minutes are up.
Okay, I thought I had 21 seconds left.
I know. Well, you know what? Maybe his answer phone. I'll let you ask your last question.
Well, I was just going to say that Jeanette Johnson from PG&E was very helpful. I spent 2 years probably talking with her about hardening on our road. It was all agreed, signed off on this and that. 2 poles were going to be replaced. Never happened. So it's sort of the similar story, I think, to what people have talked about on their property as far as tree removal. I even offered to pay out of my pocket for undergrounding up our road, and I was told it wasn't even an option.
Okay, well, maybe we can have some more conversations as this goes on. I mean, I want to just point out again, too, Brandon's coming to meet with some of our team. There'll be some more of these questions, or if more questions come in, we're going to have that ability to have that sit down and really dive into this even a little deeper.
And that meeting, it won't be me as the person with the information, it'll be
Right.
experts.
It'll be the experts here, so we are going to have that opportunity, and that's very important. Julie, I would just say, do we have some written comment, or is there anybody online?
I'm not seeing any callers online, but I do have a letter to read into the record, and the board did receive more emails and public comment. It came in late, so I wasn't able to fully process it, but all the board members will receive that information, and it will be uploaded into the record.
Okay, that'd be great.
So I can read this one if you're ready.
Please.
This is from Mike Hunt. I'm not aware of what district he resides in. And he says, with regards to the recent power outages being experienced throughout Nevada County in recent months, I have noticed a pattern that I think is significant. Many occurrences seem to take place in the morning hours, and medium to large sections of the grid are taken out of service during these events. I have a background in power systems management with PG&E and SMUD, so I understand the elements of the grid integrity. My question is, what contribution to these outage events can be traced to electric car charging during off-peak hours when charging is encouraged? With the proliferation of more electric vehicles now in evidence, it is plausible to surmise that the increased loading of multiple vehicles simultaneously charging in neighborhoods where these electric vehicles clusters occur would create a strain on system transformers specifically where they are not sized for this added demand. And that's it. That was weird.
I know that was weird, but that's okay, but thanks, Julie. And I would say, I do know we all got some emails that came in after the fact. There's a deadline before they get here, but that doesn't mean that they're not counted, and we've all seen those. I've had quite a few from my district that came in. I had put this on my social media page last night just to kind of get some input and more of the questions to bring forward. So I just want everyone to be aware of those, and I'm probably going to forward some of that on to you, Brandon, so that you can decipher some of that and send some of the issues into those directions. I do say it is, for my district, has just been so frustrated. It's really have been over inundated, and there's a lot of angry people out there. So if we can just figure out a way to, I'd really be interested about how those switches are being engaged in my community, and really, if this is such a hard spot, can they focus the vegetation management on that area? Or is this an area that needs that hardening? Maybe you can't cut enough trees down in that area. I mean, I don't know, right? That's kind of, I've been proactive. And I'd just like to point out, I always use my place as an example. Heidi does too, because we are living it as well as everyone else in the community. We were out here a while back and we had a transformer go out. I was happy. They were there within a very short period of time, but Pin Valley was out. And they isolated all the way around till just my property was the only one until they got it fixed. So I'm going to say there's a lot of work being done. I think there's a lot of good work being done, but there is just so much frustration. And if we can just really look at why that's happening, it just would be helpful. And we'll keep working. And I know there's some more issues with how all the crews work. And that's really, I mean, I always look at that from a business standpoint. I would think I'd be pulling my hair out of the efficiency that's not there. So we're seeing it from the outside, not that there are a lot of good teams, but sometimes you wonder how they even keep it in order, right? Because one doesn't know what the other one's doing. So I don't know how you fix that. That's a bigger problem than I know how to deal with. So with that, I'm going to close public comment, and I'm going to come back to the board with any last comments. Heidi, you have a last comment?
Yeah, just a couple things I want to raise. I did want to go back to the Snowmageddon because this was a while ago, and so I didn't think about raising this, but I think many of us experienced the issues where trees were down, taking down power lines and AT&T lines. And crews would come out and realize that, nope, PG&E could only touch PG&E, not the wood. Fire couldn't touch the wire and couldn't take the wood out because of the, and AT&T. And so we had to have these teams of people. The biggest issue, and I'm concerned about that, and we watched this happen on our driveway, was someone needing to cut through a down tree and the wire springing back up, which actually saved us, but it could have hit the person who was cutting. I mean, the issue seemed to be that PG&E couldn't deal with the wood because they didn't have the kind of training that somebody who would be taking care of the wood would need. I'm not
That
sure how
was a
clear,
mouthful.
right? Right, China, I'm
Wood,
not
wood,
sure if
wood,
I've been
wood.
very clear. So can the PG&E, the folks that you have coming out to deal with something like that, or do you have a training program so that they can come out when a tree falls on a line and deal with the tree and the line all at the same time and not need to have a team coming in?
Well, I definitely understand your frustration with that event. I mean, I think we were challenged by the scale of that across multiple counties. It ended up being the largest mutual aid response in the company's history, just given that there was over 3,000 individual damage locations. Our crews in the field are oftentimes accompanied by a veg management crew. It's possible that in that particular situation, there wasn't a veg crew available to partner with that troubleman or construction resource, but I know like in wildfire response, our firefighting crews, we have our own infrastructure protection teams, construction crews, and our veg management crews go in as a unit so that they have someone has the skill set to remove a large tree, and then the person to rebuild the system, and then the person to keep it all safe while they do it. So I think that, I mean, it's pretty widely known that was a massive event, and I think initially we were challenged by the scale of it a little bit.
Okay, that's fair. But you do feel like this team approach is the best way to deal with it? Okay.
Yeah, and we also, right out of the gate, there was a clear disconnect between county roads and AT&T and PG&E, and we immediately worked with your OES to correct that and embed PG&E resources alongside AT&T resources with your roads crews, and that was a big win for us and something that we learned, and it's something that'll be applied on any similar event in the future because of how well it worked.
Great. Yeah, no, I have a lot of faith in our OES to work with you guys, and I know you worked well on that one. A last comment. Given the length of time that we've had these kinds of frustrations, sort of the power outages in Sue's district and the picking up the slash and the continued problems with the contractors, is there a way you can report back to us on a monthly basis or sit down with us and take our complaints on a monthly basis? Because I really want to see this change. I mean, these complaints about the contractors, that's really huge for me because it's been going on and there has been no change. So can staff work with you to just check in on these biggest issues to see that there are improvements being made and to tell us what you've learned and what you're doing differently? Is that something we can institute?
Absolutely, absolutely. I'll look to Allison for some direction as to who she wants me to work with, and I will happily do that. I take every opportunity to chat with you. So, and as I've said previously, there's a standing offer to come before you as a full elected board or individual meetings, either in office, virtual, in the field. I'm always going to be available. So, but yes,
Great.
I'll work with Allison.
Yeah, great. I'd appreciate that until we can get some of these major issues actually resolved or moving forward. I would really appreciate that.
So Supervisor Hall, that's a wonderful suggestion. We do have a meeting on our calendar on another issue, so we'll add that to the agenda. And then, Brenda, I'd be happy to work with you to get a standing meeting until these issues are resolved.
That sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, fantastic. One other clarification. Just on these surge issues and people that have and stuff where they've lost equipment or those, is there a different place for them to contact? Because many of those are the ones that are hitting up against a wall. And where do they send the complaints when somebody just says, oh, no, we're not taking care of that? When it's definitely a PG&E issue. So I'd just be curious about that. Maybe that's something we should look at as surge protection for homes.
Yeah, you definitely, for sensitive electronics like computers and the like, you want to make sure that it's hooked up to a surge protector. That's been pretty common since the inception of computers. In terms of damage associated with an outage, we do have a claims process That is described in detail on our website. I'm not too familiar with how that works, but I can certainly look into it. And if you have specific customers, you can provide me with their contact information, and I'll be sure to follow up.
Yeah, I think they were
with our
having a
customer
problem,
team.
there's not a real appeal process there.
Okay.
So a challenging part, and so I'm just looking for a way, and I can relate to that. I mean, I think there's different ideas, like who's responsible from the pole to your house, and there's some gray area there, but there shouldn't be a gray area when it's a power outage. So anyway, with that, again, I just want to tell you, appreciate the fact that you came today, and this was great. I think there was some great information about taking advantage of the battery-powered, the batteries that you can get for your medical equipment. My husband, for example, he sleeps with a CPAP machine, so either have to run a generator or have a battery pack for it. I like the idea of PG&E doing the switches. I think that's an important process that could probably help, because the other thing that I see is power goes out, people use generators without that kind of training or abilities, and it starts a fire. So we're right back to where we already started. So I feel like there's this little gray area there as well. So, and the generators, I think, but we're same thing. We're going to buy a generator, but if somebody doesn't work it properly, we could be in a big fire where we're already at. So lots of those things, lots of complaints, I know. But again, I appreciate you always being so responsive with me. I remember I called you one day and you're like, Susan, I'm in the Mariposa fire. I will call you back as soon as I have a breath. And I knew you would. I mean, you were taking care of people that were in way worse shape at the time. So I really appreciate you. Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
So with that, I would entertain a motion to accept this presentation.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Great, motion passes. And I would just like to put out to the community and the public too, as well as, when you do have those questions, you remember you have supervisors that all are here representing you, and we do take those into consideration, and we do have an avenue to report those problems. So thank you, Brandon, again, and have a great afternoon. Okay, and then I want to just shout out real quick too, thank you for the people that did send in their letters, even though they weren't read today. I had some paperwork that was received as well, and I appreciate the effort that people put into making those comments. Okay, so with that, we are at almost 12:30, so what's going to happen now is we're going to go into a closed session here in a minute, and I'm going to ask Kit to read us in there, and then we're going to, so we'll be in closed session, and then we will be back at 1:30 for our last two presentations. And with that, Kit, would you read us out?
Yes, thank you, Chair Hook. Pursuant to Government Code 54956.9D1, I'm requesting a closed session to discuss two existing litigation cases as laid out in the agenda.
Okay, perfect. With that, then, we will go into closed session, and I'll see everybody that wants to come back at 1:30, and we'll have some presentations to go over. So I hope to see you back here then.
I don't know.
Okay, welcome back. It's 1:31 actually, but here we are, and we're going to go on to having Kit read us back in.
Thank you, Chair Hook. We did meet in closed session on the 2 items on the agenda as stated, and simply information was provided to the board on both matters.
Okay, thank you, Kit. And with that, we're going to move on to item 29, which is the memorandum of understanding between the County of Nevada and the City of Grass Valley to memorialize funding commitments to support emergency services programs and projects serving District 3 residents. Allison?
Great, thank you, Chair Hook and members of the board. Kayla Dardick, Assistant CEO, is going to be presenting the item today. I'd also like to recognize our guest, City Manager Tim Kieser, who's joining us as well, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Hook. I'm over here. I know I'm in the wrong spot, but I convinced Steve to drive. So yeah, good afternoon, Chair Hook and Supervisors. My name is Caleb Dardick, Assistant CEO, and as Allison mentioned, we're pleased to be here today with City Manager of Grass Valley, Tim Kieser, as well as with our IGS Agency Director, Steve Monahan, and Office of Emergency Services Director, Craig Griesbach. And so this is about entering into a memorandum of understanding, an MOU, with the City of Grass Valley and the county to be able to provide services under Measure V should it be adopted by the voters. So we have a number of slides that will look familiar. We put them together for the interest of the public who might want to be caught up or if they're unfamiliar, but we are going to go through them probably more quickly than usual because I know that many of you have seen these slides before. So just a quick reminder on the first slide. Thank you, Sarah. This Measure V's official name is the Nevada County Wildfire Prevention Emergency Services and Disaster Readiness Measure. This is the county and the community's response to what we all see is increasing threat of various natural disasters, from increased intensity of wildfires, snowstorms, drought, floods, any number of all hazards that face our community that we want to be prepared for. Next slide. Just a quick reminder that emergency preparedness has been a board priority for quite some time, and that the direction that staff received from the board at your workshops in 2020 and 22 were direct to engage stakeholders, to conduct a needs assessment, meaning asking the question, what is the gap between what we are doing now and what we need to be doing to keep our community safe? And and also, I should just say, to identify sustainable funding to be able to implement those recommendations coming out of a needs assessment process. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Steve Monahan to go over a bit of the process that was undertaken.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook, honorable board members, Steve Monahan, your Director of Information and General Services. So the process that we worked with was your county executive officer convened a roundtable that Caleb facilitated with a number of key stakeholders, and I won't read the list, it's up there. And we also did a inventory form for all of the stakeholders, asking them that question, what are we doing now, what should we be doing, so we can identify that gap. Out of that response, we got back 62 forms outlining 62 projects. They came up totaling $36 million a year if we were to program those out over the measure's life cycle. And this was just a subset of the total stakeholders that could participate in this. So, if we looked at every project that, let's say, a Nevada Irrigation District wants to do, and vegetation management, which they do quite a bit. We look at the land management companies like Bear River Land Trust, the Yuba Watershed Institute. We could easily see this list over $50 million, over $70 million a year in need. So all of that information was taken together. It was shared and vetted in this CEO roundtable. we came up with a estimated budget of $12 million a year based on a half-cent general sales tax, and developed these guiding principles to really guide our efforts around accountability, transparency, and regional equity between East and West, and even within the West, as you'll see in the MOU. So the CEO roundtable looked at and categorized the projects based on FEMA's emergency management life cycle, and then we vetted this. So we did these rough approximations, percentages for each type with, preparedness at 10%, mitigation 65, response 20, and recovery 5%. And we got the feedback from the group that, yeah, that makes sense. That's kind of where emergency management best practices fall. So some of the main projects that we're going to look at, of course, as we look at that breakout on that pie chart that I just showed you, is $8 million in flammable brush removal. And this is what we've seen in 20 years of plans that we've had for the county and other local agencies, from our community wildfire preparedness plans to the county did a fire plan to other agency plans. It's get rid of the hazardous vegetation. So $8 million into that. And we're looking at communications and disaster resources, $3 million for that. We know our number one priority is to get people out safe when there is an emergency, when there is a fire, when there is that big crisis. So we have to communicate to them and have that infrastructure. We lose power, so we have to have alternate methods to be able to communicate. And then planning and prevention, which is really maintaining all of our community plans, emergency plans, at $1 million a year. And that helps keep the funnel, that's the funnel, keeping the pipeline full of projects and funding so we can plan on those. And then when grant opportunities come up, we're shovel ready and we're ready to go.
All right. Thank you, Steve. So in the process of the CEO roundtable that Steve just outlined, we divided the first couple meetings were all focused on the what. What is it that we need to be doing? But the next meetings were about the how. How do we do this work, and who is best qualified to do the work? And just as we would want the County Public Works Department to be doing vegetation abatement removal along county roads, it was obvious that we wanted to that it made sense for the cities to be responsible for the programs, whether it was fuel removal, defensible space, any number of programs that are within city limits and the sphere of influence that the cities have, and also the connection between the unincorporated parts of the county and where the cities meet. And so the idea of that partnership was always there from the very beginning, and we're very pleased that we can present to you the MOU that has been a product of a great deal of collaboration over the last couple weeks and months. So as you saw in your staff report, what we're proposing for you today is that 13.6% of the revenue that is brought in from Measure V should it be adopted, and then would be going towards the city of Grass Valley and District 3. If the revenue comes in as projected, approximately $12 million, then that allocation in total would be $1.6 million. Of that 13.6%, 7.5% would flow to the city of Grass Valley, approximately $900,000, and the balance, 6.1%, for projects that are either in the city or in the surrounding District 3, because I think one thing we all know and appreciate from wildfire is that it has no respect for jurisdictional boundaries. And so projects need to be thoughtful and expansive, and so it doesn't make sense to get to a line and go, okay, the project is now stopping. And so that's why we've divided the funds so that there's this flexibility to be able to provide programs and services in the city as well as in the surrounding area. And because District 3 is, for the most part, is Grass Valley, that model seemed to make a great deal of sense. Another provision that's important in the MOU is that there are 2 seats allocated on the Technical Advisory Committee. That will be the volunteer group of experts professionals in the field of emergency services, firefighting, law enforcement, social service, land management, et cetera, which will be staffed and managed by Craig Riesbrock. And so those two seats, the request from Grass Valley is that the city council would make those staff appointments. The next slide, please. So there's a consensus on how the use of Measure V funds to focus on City of Grass Valley priorities in the same, buckets and categories that outlined earlier: planning, preparedness, mitigation, response, and recovery. That the work would be guided by the Technical Advisory Committee and would be aligned with local and regional plans, and that we would seek every opportunity to coordinate on project development, grant writing, advocacy, outreach and education, and more. And then also as mentioned before, coordinating on shared programs like planning and emergency communications. And with that, I would like to turn it over to City Manager Keyser to talk a bit about his vision for the type of work that Grass Valley would undertake with these funds, again, should it be adopted by the voters.
Chair Hook and the rest of the members of the board, my name is Tim Keyser, the City Manager for the City of Grass Valley. I'd like to start by thanking your staff. This is a very difficult process they went through, and they did a great job, from Allison to Steve to Caleb and Craig. They have been great to work with and a real pleasure. Very easy to put this MOU together. I think a lot of the hard lifting had already occurred, but it was a great process, and I will express this from the city. We view this as, if this passes through the community, which we hope it does, as a gift for our community to get things done. And for Measure V and this MOU is to memorialize that gift coming from the county to the city and ensuring we spend those funds in accordance with this MOU and in accordance with how the TAC wants and those things. What I've put together here is talking to our fire chief, so please note this is a very high level, just a real quick kind of give the Board of Supervisors a kind of idea of what the city is planning on. Obviously, the first year, getting the funds in is going to be a little bit slower than a full year of the tax. So we were looking at what is the biggest bang for our buck and what could we do quickly to show, immediate improvements. I focused on bigger things. There would be some other things like, maybe I should just keep on the bigger things so I'm in order. The bigger things we'd probably focus initially on is fuel reductions around public facilities, critical facilities, schools, obviously government buildings, anything that might need to be used during a fire as a shelter area, something like that. Obviously, even though the hospital isn't a government building, we kind of view that as a critical facility that we would want to make sure is hardened as much as possible. I show parks on here because it's a good example. Everyone knows Condon Park. It's kind of in the heart of our city. It's a very treesy area. And talking to our fire chief, which I have a huge advantage of, being able to walk around with him and talk to him about potential projects, he goes, Condon Park, in a windblown situation, a fire starting in Condon Park is probably as much risk for the city as something on the outside burning in. Because if it burns out, it's surrounded by residential, county on one side, a school on the other, and kind of the city on two other sides. So those would be areas that we would also, it's a low-hanging fruit, not a lot of permitting, not a lot of environmental that would be needed for us to get that initial start, why we look at bigger projects that will require environmental process. The other area is we wanted to start looking at preparedness for our access and functional need folks. How do we start putting those supplies away right away? Because if something happens, we need to make sure the supplies are there for them, whether that's oxygen, extra wheelchairs, and how do we reach out? That's something hopefully we could work with the county on also. But as Grass Valley being an older community and having a lot of retirement homes, it is something very critical for us. This is obviously, there's a lot of other things that I would just say would be definite things the city would want to kind of make sure that we would be a part of. Any long-term planning, anything like that that starts, we would want to be making sure that we would be paying our fair share. And that's kind of mentioned in the MOU too, but I'm assuming that would all start. Year two, we would then build off what we have done in year one and continue. Then looking at what we call TRAs, or temporary refuge areas. Our roadway system is not going to handle everyone trying to evacuate immediately. If it's a quick fire like below Morgan Ranch and it's burning up the hill, we're not going to be able to get everyone on the highway and out of town immediately. So how do we provide some areas in our community that we can take large number of people, shelter them safely for those first half an hour to 2 hours or 3 hours, while the rest of the, CHP, the police, get the roads in a situation we can get them to somewhere else safer? How do we make sure there are those hardened areas within our community? And that wouldn't only be for us. I mean, it could be anywhere in western Nevada County being able to move in. We would also look at starting a green waste program. Obviously, we would like to partner with the county where that makes sense, because we are looking at all of District 3 with this too, not just the city. The denser areas, we were very, very successful with our December storm cleanup, and we'd probably look at something like that where you can put the material out on the street, and we would come by and pick it up in designated locations. Larger parcels and denser areas in the county, we could probably use the same kind of model. That worked very well for us, because we look at climate change. How much diesel traffic are we going to run? Chippers, how many times do we touch this material before we get it to disposal? So all those kind of things, we look at it, would be looking with a green waste program. But obviously, if the county has a program and on our larger parcels, can we work with the county that maybe those parcels can take the materials to that site and work with them and look at those kind of things. So a lot of, hopefully, team building. Obviously, year 3, continue with the years 1 and 2, but we would also then want to start looking at what I call a maintenance program. So you've done 2 years of brushing. Now, how do you make sure that we don't wait 8, 9 years and that brush is right back to where it was? And starting to go back into these areas we've cleared out and starting, either a spraying program or some kind of program that keeps the unwanted species like blackberries and those kind of things down. Of course, during this whole time, we would be working with county staff on mutually beneficial projects, joint projects where it makes sense, and those kind of things too. But just kind of give you an idea at a very, very high level. Turn it back over.
All right, thank you so much. So this is a slide that you're familiar, but just because this is probably one of the big questions for the community is around accountability and transparency in terms of this being a general sales tax. Just want to remind listeners and members of the public that Measure V revenue and expenses will be recorded in separate accounts distinct from other county funds and subject to annual independent audits, that the Technical Advisory Committee would recommend funding priorities to you, your board, for approval as part of the annual budget process, that your board-appointed Citizen Oversight Committee would report annually to the public on the receipt and expenditure of Measure V funds, and that the county would have a dedicated web page to post contracting opportunities, awarded contracts, annual audit reports to ensure maximum transparency, and that this accountability and transparency process is designed for the entire Measure V funds, including the funds that are subject to MOUs with the cities and town. And so that we will be partnering with the cities and towns to collect the information so that we can do the annual audits and that everything is fully transparent. So it's not like a portion of funds are parceled out and the county is only responsible for the balance. We are developing this system so that we can provide accountability to you and to the public for every dollar raised and spent through Measure V. Next slide, please. Again, and we're still developing this, and the Western County, I believe you understand, we're going to have 2 TACs that will meet separately and jointly under Craig's leadership. And this is how the recommendations for annual expenditure plan will be developed, starting with the expenditure plan that was part of the presentation made to you back in August and was a product of the CEO roundtable. And then again, the Citizen Oversight Committee, following, assuming the measure passes, then we will work with you to put together a process to appoint the Citizen Oversight Committee. And then finally, just a reminder of the purpose and intent of Measure V is to reduce the threat of wildfires, improve all hazard disaster readiness, and evacuation safety. And I want to thank you, and we welcome your comments and questions.
Okay, great. Thank you all for that. I'm just going to open up. Does the board, oh, we got the little echo again. There we go. I'm going to start with board questions and comments. Or we'll wait and have public comment first, whichever you'd like. Okay, then we're going to open up public comment at this point, and then we'll come back to the board. So if anybody has public comment, I welcome to the podium. It'll be a quiet one today. Team, do we have anybody online, or do we have any written comment?
There are no callers or written comment.
Okay, great. Then we'll close public comment, and I'm going to come back to the board. Start with you, Hardy.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for the information. Tim, welcome. Thanks for coming in and talking about it. You know, I was just reflecting on our trip to RCRC a few weeks ago, and we had this panel discussing county, city, town interactions and the partnership between them, and they look like this, right? They're connecting, they're working through tough conversations, they're building equity and building relationships and trying to center post around something that everybody benefits from, because we all share the same constituency. We all the same people, we just have different jurisdictional lines, different responsibilities. But this is a great example of, I think, how to work together. There's a lot of trust going into the process, because as we receive those taxpayer dollars, it's incumbent on the people up here to make sure that they're spent properly. And I know that just as one board member, when this came before me, originally the first concept came out, I kind of thought to myself, there's security concerns about making sure that the money is spent in the way that it's outlined and where the money will go and how it will get to these different areas of the county. And then also the equity across the county in different places, which is hard. They're tough conversations to have, and taxes are difficult to talk about no matter how you roll that out. I don't think we rolled it out necessarily the way we all hoped. And with that, we're here today because this is a subject that is completely critical and time sensitive. And so we had to walk past that and get to a place where we're making decisions, and that's where we're at. So thanks for the information. I support the MOU in its form that's sitting before us. And I know that we're all going to work really hard to make it work, you know, in concert with your staff and the other constituents on the TAC and people that are going to volunteer their time and our paid staff. So I'm really confident it's going to work. And the agreements that we've brought forward for the cities and towns in my belief really reflect that partnership type of spirit that we've all worked hard to get to.
Yeah, nice. Thank you, Hardy. Ed?
Well, Tim, I appreciate your involvement with this. And I know there's been a lot of work put into this too, so I don't see us playing with it too much. I think the only thing I look at is the breakdown of the 7.5 and then the 6.1. To me, that gets a little complicated. I mean, what are you trying to do there? You're going to try to audit things out so those numbers are specific to the District 3 and the city of Grass Valley, or are we complicating it more than it needs to be?
That's a good question there.
Yeah, I'm happy to take the question and also put it to the rest of the panel as well. But I don't think it complicates it necessarily if you look at the model that we used for Truckee, which was very similar in terms of there was an allocation to Eastern County with a specific piece to the town of Truckee, recognizing that there were needs in the surrounding areas as well. So really that concept of services and programs delivered within city limits or town limits in the case of Truckee, and then the fact that some of these programs can expand and reach a larger area or audience. But I'd be happy to actually ask Steve and Mr. Keyser to comment on that as well.
Well, I would question a little bit that the difference between District 3 and District 5 is
it's vast.
Pretty dense. I mean, I could see where this type of clause fits in nicely with District 5, but Not so much with District 3, it's so small that, again, maybe I shouldn't even be asking this.
Chair Hook, Supervisor Schofield, if I could add a comment. I think what's unique about the city of Grass Valley is they're a very capable service organization. They have their own fire department, they have their own crews. They can do a lot of the work. So it would make a lot of sense that if they're going to do work, that they don't just stop at the city boundary, that they go ahead and do that in their sphere area, which is really all of District 3. I think that would be more cost-effective and more effective, and it's in the city's interest that those adjacent areas get treated and managed as well as, because that's where a lot of the threat comes from. And I'll hand it over to Tim if he wants to add.
I guess it's just a jurisdictional thing where, Tim, you're not really able to go into those areas of District 3 that's not the city. Is that correct? I mean, like Slate Creek or somewhere like that. It would be very important to the city, but you wouldn't be able to go in and do that type of work.
If the county allowed us to contract in that area, we technically could, yes. That was the intent we were looking at, is what makes the most sense in this area. And obviously, it's a partnership. I mean, the city can't just do it, but if we're doing mastification in Area A and Slate Creek is Area B, wouldn't it make more sense for us just to contract and do both at the same time? And that's the kind of partnership we were, looking at when we discussed these kind of percentages and those kind of things. The other thing I think that is also should be mentioned is most of the public facilities are in either Nevada City and Grass Valley. So a lot of the areas that you would want to protect, like the hospital, the airport, those are areas that, the city values, and I think everyone in Western Nevada County values. The airport's a perfect example. I mean, Loma Rica Ranch borders, a quarter of that airport. We have the ability there and would definitely be wanting to work with the county. Is the last thing in the world I think anyone wants is that airport being shut down due to a fire. It's so critical for us. So those are a couple examples of where I see the crossover. And the other thing I should have mentioned in my presentation is the city is already having very high-level conversations with Nevada City. We provide their fire service also. So as there are some vegetation management and those kind of things that would cross over beyond, District 3 boundaries, do we partner with Nevada City on some things because the two cities are more similar in nature. We have the same insurance company, for example. So when you go to contract and you have the same insurance company, believe it or not, that makes things a lot more simple to deal with when you're dealing with the two agencies.
Supervisor Schofield.
Well, I didn't.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I didn't mean to complicate this, but that type of partnership in Grass Valley, and I hadn't thought of Nevada City, but makes sense to me, where this kind of a MOU with Truckee makes more sense to break away District 5.
If I might just add one more reasoning for the split, has to do with an assumption, I believe, that the allocation to the city will really be, for the most part, on-the-ground programs as Mr. Keyser spelled out, but that the balance could also be used for many of these shared programs and contributing towards, the shared costs of countywide planning, evacuation planning, updating of community wildfire protection plans, the Ready, Set, Go communication preparedness. And so there's a whole list of other items in those 4 buckets or categories, many of which are shared services and programs. And this would allow, and again, it is a bit of accounting, but would allow a transparent accounting for contribution towards that work in the same way that we would expect East County to contribute towards, a share towards some of these items which can be expensive, but if shared across, between the jurisdictions, could make a lot of sense. So that's a bit more of the thinking as well. And, it will play out as we really start implementing it.
Well, the other thing is, let me interrupt, is that District 3, Grass Valley, also beside Grass Valley Fire Department, we have Consolidated that works in District 3, and we have Ophir Hill that works in District 3. So Grass Valley would be probably working with both of those fire districts on projects that are close to the city limits. And so there's some differences between our MOU with Grass Valley and the MOU with Truckee. And so, and that's one of the, probably the most apparent differences is there's three fire districts. There's Grass Valley, Consolidated, and Ophir Hill that are all going to be working in coordination as far as mitigation.
Well, and then finally, whatever we do, as long as we're working closely as a true partnership and not creating silos,
Yeah.
that's what want to see here.
Good point, Sid. I really think this is all about being in partnerships.
Absolutely.
I think that's where this all has to go, because we're all one big community, really. Heidi?
Yeah, thanks, and thanks, Tim, for being here. One question, and then I think some comments. But the county has put together, in conjunction with the fire agencies, OES, a list of priority projects, which is we've used to get grants and identify what is the most important fire safety project to take on with any given funds we'd have. Truckee has a list like that. I believe Nevada City is working on one. I didn't hear you mention that Grass Valley had one. Do you guys have that? Have you done that work yet?
I believe some of our projects are shown in the county, but the unique thing we have is our fire chief can basically walk our city limits, and actually probably District 3, because we serve the majority of that area, even though Consolidated and Ophir Hill Fire are in it. We're in that area constantly with them. We can easily identify very quickly what the high-risk locations are. Slate Creek coming up behind Morgan Ranch. The Wolf Creek drainage is another high area. Loma Rica, frankly, is another high risk going up into Banner and Nevada City that we would be looking to address very, very early on.
Yeah, okay. So I think it would be advisable to have that down in writing and have the science and behind it. So it's going to be clear as the money comes through who's working on what. Just, it looks like this kind of thing that everyone else is doing. Overall, I would just follow on, I think, some of Ed's comments. Ideally, I mean, wildfire is the perfect example of boundaries are completely irrelevant. Wildlife could care less if you're in a city or a county or a district. And anything that starts in the city is going to jeopardize the rural areas. Anything that starts in the rural areas is going to jeopardize the city. So this collaboration we're talking about, and this is my view on all together on all of the stuff we're doing, is that we should be working together and we should have lists based on merit and science and what's really important. And whether it's a city or a county should not matter. So this whole idea of MOUs really bothers me. It's like the sense that, oh, we can't work together. Like if we needed something done in Grass Valley and it cost more than the percentage in here, we'd put that in. Or if it was less, we do that. We do it by merit and science. So, I'm hoping this works. And I think that just the fact that you mentioned the partnerships that have to happen are exactly what I'm talking about. There's no way any of us can do any of this in a silo. So when you, you mentioned green waste, that you'd maybe do a green waste program, which is great. Western County has one green waste provider. We all use the same one. And right now they're in crisis. And so any green waste program that you set up, you're going to have to collaborate with us, right? It's waste management, right?
Well, for example, when we did our storm cleanup, we took our chips directly. We did not go through waste management. We went directly to a cogen plant and disposed of them. So we did not affect waste management and those folks. And I think the county actually did a similar thing with their program.
Yeah,
so
and
those are the kind of things I definitely think we need to look at is how do we not deal with waste management?
So that's great. That's a perfect example of how we're going to have to work together to make sure that everyone is getting what they need and we're not competing. Same with, I guess you called it ATN, looking at your folks who are disabled or need more attention. Freed has a list for the county. We stand up assistance like that, so that'll need to be coordinated. Appreciate that Grass Valley wants to be a part playing in that field as well. Same with the TRFs, the evacuation programs, I think. That's the sheriff's, right? That's the sheriff's bailiwick. We defer to the sheriff on how that gets done. And then we work in rural areas with the Firewise agencies to figure out what evacuation routes they're going to develop and how they're going to clear them. So it's just to illustrate that in all these areas, we have got to work together, whether there's an MOU or not. And we have to collaborate with full faith and openness. Otherwise, this really isn't going to work. So I love to hear that you're committed to the partnership and hope that we can continue to work together on this. And then I just have to always give my spiel, because I do represent a more rural area, that 66% of the county is entirely rural. We have 77, I keep saying 77 or 72 Firewise communities who are putting hundreds of hours, volunteer hours, and spending money out of their pocket to do the work in their neighborhoods, in their homes, on their roads, to make all of us safe. And so that is really, that group is the one that's going to be protecting the county and having to do the most work. And so I just want to make sure we acknowledge that, since we've spent so much time on MOUs with the two cities and the town. That all being said, I'm happy we're working together. I'm happy we got the sausage making done, and I look forward to working collaboratively on all of this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Heidi. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Dan? No, I just teasing. Well, he made his little statement.
Yeah,
I just was making sure.
talking about silos, and I'm really not worried about silos. I think we're going to have a draft expenditure plan. You're going to have a TAC, which the city will have 2 seats on. So they'll be working with other stakeholders. So I'm not worried about silos. I'm certainly very comfortable with the collaboration that's going to happen. I don't have a problem with that. Everybody knows I voted against Measure V going on the ballot simply because timing. Timing, no economic study. So that's a 4-1 vote. That's the way it goes. But even though I voted against it, I support the city and what the city wants to do. So I'm not going to, I like the MOU. I like the fact that the city's going to have funds, and the fact that Tim's here to support it. I support your council and what you've decided to do. Thanks, Tim.
No, that's great. Thanks, Dan. No, I think this is how we get things done. We talk about that saying, we're better together. I could see some great projects, and I think that's where we're going to really lean on the TAC, right? Where we can do collaboration, whether it's Deer Creek, Wolf Creek, those all run into each other. You made the best comment right at Condon Park. It has more than one jurisdiction, and it's used a lot, not to mention comes up out of school in Squirrel Creek, right? So, yeah, I'm happy with the MOU. I feel like just one more step and shows how stronger we are really when we all work together on projects. And so I want to thank all of you and the team that really sat down and had to forge through this, because that's a lot of work between individuals to come up with the greatest idea for your city and for our county. So anyway, with that, I'm going to entertain a motion.
Did we do public comment?
Oh, I did already.
We
Yeah.
did.
Yeah,
Okay.
you throw me off. Watch, I've got my groove.
I make a motion to approve the MOU.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second it.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve this MOU with Grass Valley. Team, you want to call the roll?
Yes, Chair. District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, that passes. Perfect. So we'll see where this leads in November. Thanks, Tim, for coming. Appreciate it. Okay, we're going to move on to item 30. And Craig Griesbach, our Director of Offices of Emergency Services, is going to give us quite a presentation. And then we're going to have, and we'll also have a resolution to approve. So with that, I will let you take it over here, Craig. And welcome Jamie and Chief Matthias.
Good afternoon, Chair Hook and honorable members of the board. For the record, Craig Griesbach, Director of Emergency Services for the county. We have a presentation. I had a brief presentation on here, but it's not quite as brief as I would like. But for you this afternoon regarding several emergency preparedness projects and agreements. Joining me this morning, or this afternoon, is Jamie Jones from the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County, and also Chief Matthias from CAL FIRE, and also in attendance with us is Chief Stewart from the Washington Fire Department. The projects and contracts we have before you today are shown up on this screen, but they are a contract with the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County for the South County Shaded Fuel Break Project, the grant acceptance for the Ponderosa West Grass Valley Defense Zone Phase 2 project, grant acceptance for the Woodpecker Shaded Fuel Break project, grant application authorization for the Community Wildfire Protection Plan update, and agreement with the Washington County Water District for public safety services.
Nice.
So the first item I have before you today is the South County Shaded Fuel Break project. This is funded by a CAL FIRE grant that we applied for on March 1st, 2021. The project is one of the top priorities in CAL FIRE's Nevada Yuba Placer Unit Plan. The project is 339 acres with 226 private parcels, so there's a lot of coordination, community partnership, and education that's included in this project to make it happen. The total project budget is a little over $987,000. This is a 155 wide treatment that runs east to west on Lodestar Road, Buck Mountain Road, Brewer Road, and Charminen Way between Dogbar Road and Highway 49, as you can see up there on the map. With that, I would now like to introduce Jamie Jones, who's the Executive Director of the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County, to discuss a little bit more about the project tasks, phases, and treatment methods. The Fire Safe Council will be really an integral part of this overall project, mainly due to the amount of coordination and education and community connection that they have is going to be a great benefit to make sure this is successful. So, Jamie.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Hook and Honorable Board of Supervisors. So basically, we're going to start our South County project. The timeline upon approval would be starting this month. We will have a team project cook-off. We're going to have a cook-off. We're going to have a team project kickoff with our partners at OES and our staff, and we'll do our outreach plan. That'll start with a website, as well as a scheduled town hall for the people in that community and those Firewise communities to really onboard and learn about the project and its prescription. After that, we will start our property owner engagement, and we'll do this in two ways. We usually send out postcards announcing the project, and then secondly, we will do introduction letters to the project, which will include a sample right of entry and the prescription for the landowners and the process for which we start work on their parcel. We'll move on to implementation once we receive a notice to proceed from CAL FIRE, because they are the agency with the environmental compliance on this. We will work with our forester for prescriptions within the master prescription, which is the 150-foot zone. It's an ingress, egress, evacuation route clearing project, so essentially it's 75 feet on each side of the road. But we work with each landowner who participates to make sure that we are acknowledging any of their wishes when it comes to prescription on their own privately owned lands. So that takes a lot of landowner input as well, but we finalize that with the forester and our staff, and then treatment methods will be based on those prescriptions. So dependent on the landowner's wishes and the overall prescription of the project and what the forester deems for that parcel, it could be mastication, it could be hand cut, hand pile, we could be doing thinning, we could be doing hand cut, chip, and removal. So it varies from parcel to parcel. It's kind of a big undertaking with 226, we'll call them micro prescriptions in this, but we're eager to get it moving along and create this crucial evacuation route clearing project in partnership with OES and CAL FIRE, who's the lead agency and funder for this grant.
Next up, I have the Ponderosa West Grass Valley Defense Zone Phase 2 project. This grant application was submitted on April 23rd, 2021, and totals $750,000. This is from the fiscal year 22 federal earmark funding opportunities. This project has a little over $772,000 in match required that is being covered through our general fund and overall staff time towards this project. The timeline for this project is September of this year until September 2024. This project is listed as a priority in our local hazard mitigation plan, CAL FIRE's 2021 Nevada Yuba Placer Unit Strategic Plan, and it's also in our Community Wildfire Protection Plan. The project is essentially an extension of Phase 1 that was wrapped up earlier this year. This has a 300-acre treatment area that will be a portion of what is shown in the green highlighted area section of this map, and prioritized based on where the treatment will have the biggest positive impact. The project is bounded by Highway 20 to the south and north to Bitney Springs Road. This creates a defense zone around homes and improves ingress and egress safety that is typical to many of these projects. This ultimately helps protect populated areas of the community, including Grass Valley, Penn Valley, Rough and Ready, and Alta Sierra. The next project that I have before you is the Woodpecker Ravine Shaded Fuel Break Project. This grant was applied for to CAL FIRE on February 9th, 2022 through their California Climate Investments Fire Prevention Grant Opportunity. The total project budget is a little over $2.1 million and has a project timeline starting now until March 2026. This is a priority in the CAL FIRE Nevada Yuba Placer Unit 2021 Strategic Plan. We would like this project to have alignment with any on-the-ground opportunities with our Building Resilient Infrastructure and Community grant work that is currently in cultural and environmental review, as this project is designed as match for that BRIC $43 million scope project. It's a huge project. The large area shown on this map encompasses both the Woodpecker Ravine and BRIC project areas. The project has a 410-acre treatment area that's flanked by Highway 49 and Highway 174. This is designed to remove hazardous vegetation from primary and secondary evacuation routes and strategic ridge lines that essentially creates a network of defense throughout this entire community. As you can see on this map, the green lines are the primary evacuation routes and ridge lines, and the pink lines are the secondary routes and ridge lines. Similar to the South County Shaded Fuel Break Project, this is designed to reduce fire intensity, create a stronghold for first responders, and creates safer ingress and egress routes for both the community, but also for first responders to get in the event of a disaster emergency. Next up is the USDA Community Wildfire Defense Grant Opportunity. We're wanting to apply for this grant that is $225,000 to help fund our update to our Community Wildfire Protection Plan. Our desire is to create an inclusive and robust CWPP for our community. That's the whole intent of this plan, is it's for our community. This grant will help us draft this document, create an online community dashboard, and create a land management plan listing best practices for treatment to have more turnkey projects that we've talked about quite a bit today with other items. We also have recently hired a community wildfire coordinator that has a unique experience and knowledge in this specific area to really help a lot with this in-house work. Overall, this will allow us to have a more evergreen approach when maintaining this document, have more adaptive tools, and create more effective projects long-term. Lastly, is the agreement granting Washington County Water District $8,000 to support the Washington Fire Department for response to fire, accidents, medical aid requests, public assistance, and other public service activities. The Washington Fire Department provides a great community public safety service to the remote town of Washington and the surrounding rural areas, and has really been a great partner overall in helping the community be safer overall. So with that, before I move on to the recommendation slide, I would like to introduce Chief Mathias with CAL FIRE to discuss the importance of these projects and really their role in this great partnership.
Thanks, Craig. Chair Hook, Supervisors, thanks for the opportunity. Jim Mathias, CAL FIRE, Nevada Yuba Placer Unit. I'm the North Division Chief. And Craig, if you go back to the first slide of the South County, just the map real quick, I'll walk through these And I'm just going to talk about the importance of fuel breaks and make you all a little bit of fire scientists real quick. I know that you've heard this many times, but let me just give you a real high overview generally of why we do these fuel reductions and fuel breaks and shaded fuel breaks. So generally, what all these things have in common is ingress and egress safety. I think that's pretty apparent. When you reduce the fuels off of the side of the road, if there was a fire in that area, it would give you a little bit more of a chance to escape without fire impinging on the side of your vehicles. It reduces fuels throughout the area of wherever we're talking about, whether it's a little lot in a city or a remote area of the county, or it's a 200-acre parcel. Either way, you're reducing fuels, and that reduces the BTUs when a fire is burning through that area. So the British thermal units, or the heat that's created by the fire. If you have less fuel, you obviously have less fire, and so that makes it a little bit safer for the community and the people trying to escape that don't have all the fire gear that we have. It reduces the dead fuels. So when we do have embers up in the air, or when we have a fire burning from one area to the other, it doesn't have as much litter on the ground or dead fuel. And dead fuel does a couple of things. First of all, it catches on fire and it creates heat, but it also produces those embers that we don't like to see. It creates what we call jackpots if it's the right material. So you have a lot of dead and down material that's in a pile from a tree or a limb that fell off in the wintertime and it went a couple of summers or maybe a decade. If you drive around some of the North Bloomfield areas and things like that, you see some huge manzanita forests that have dead and down stuff on the ground and very dry, and that creates what we call the jackpots, which sends multiple embers up into the air, and it just generally gives you clearance around homes. So generally, that's all good. It also, besides reducing the fuels, it gives the firefighters that are coming to the area an available staging area, or a place where we can safely park our vehicles to get out and do the work that we need to do and to be able to pass by each other. And it makes those roads a little bit wider. So it also, when we talk about fighting a large wildland fire, most of the fires that we fight are small when they first begin. And if we can get to them, then we can put them out real readily. But as they start to grow and they create these huge firewalls, we have to sometimes make the decision, do we go direct, which means we pull a hose off the fire engine and we squirt water directly on it, or do we go indirect, which means that we go sometimes 100 feet in front of the fire, sometimes a mile in front of the fire, and we start creating a fire line. And that's what this pre-positioned work will help us do. So let's specifically talk about the South County Fuel Break, the map that you're seeing up there. You'll see, if you aren't familiar with maps, to the very top is the north, bottom is the south, and east and west on left and right sides. So our normal winds that are the most dangerous in our area are starting to happen this time of year. Everybody said, boy, that rain was great that just came through. It was definitely a benefit, but all that rain's dry now. We're back to dry fuels again. And what that rain created and what it indicated to us is that we're having some unstable air mass above us. In the summertime, very stable air mass. It was very hot, very dry, not a lot of wind. I think we've all experienced that with our air conditioner working very hard. Now we're getting into fall, where the winds can cycle through and we get some of those north winds that are low humidities and very dry. And it's like when you're trying to start a fire in the wintertime and you blow on it. Well, that north wind is blowing on any fire that we get. So what we're going to do with this South County Shaded Fuel Break is, to the south of this, or to the bottom of the page, is the community of Lake of the Pines. So we get a fire coming from the north, it will help us get an anchor point to be able to defend Lake of the Pines. Our normal trade winds that we get the rest of the year, or the delta breeze that you hear about, is kind of coming from the southwest, from San Francisco towards us. And what this does, this fuel break also helps in that occasion. And what it does is it allows us to create that fuel break from going towards Alta Sierra as well. So if we could go down to the Ponderosa West one, we'll talk about that. I think you've heard me say this before. Same thing again, that picture. North is the top, south is the bottom. This was designed to protect the city of Grass Valley. Sometimes people put the comma in the wrong place. I like to put the comma right after Ponderosa. Ponderosa, comma, West Grass Valley Defense Zone. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to defend Grass Valley from a fire that would start in the rangelands or the grasslands down near Penn Valley, and with those normal trade winds that I just talked about, the Delta breeze, blowing towards the city of Grass Valley. That's the advantage that this north-south fuel break gives us, is it gives us something to anchor off to. It also allows us to drive our vehicles through a very remote and reclaim a road that was once established in the 40s and 50s and hasn't been maintained very well since. So that's what this is buying us. And then if we go to the Woodpecker Ravine map, we'll talk about some of the similar things. And that one's, just go up one more, that other one with the red in it. It's hard to see, but if you look very closely, right in the middle of that shaded area, there's what appears to be a dark line. That's a very, very deep canyon that goes off of the backside of Alta Sierra and kind of runs, basically Dog Bar Road. And it starts at Dog Bar Road and it ends at the drainage right below Cedar Ridge. Once again, you heard me talk about the north winds, which are the most dangerous. A north wind funneling through that deep canyon allows fire to push from anywhere that it starts in that canyon towards the community of Alta Sierra. The trade winds that we get coming from the south, the Delta breeze, as that blows, it blows right towards the community of Cedar Ridge. So those are the advantages to us creating these fuel breaks, fuel reduction zones, and shaded fuel breaks with these three projects. So very good, very advantageous for firefighters, and I hope that gave you a kind of a high overview of why we think it's so important. And they're all on our 2022 fire plan as well as the 2021 that Craig mentioned. So thanks for your time, everybody. Appreciate it.
Oh, that was great. Thanks, Chief.
Do we get fire science graduation certificates?
I can make you a sign.
Okay,
I'll write it
thanks.
out as we speak.
Yeah, I could show him the sign.
Interesting.
No, I gotta say, I always appreciate, we do hear this over and over again, but I think that's what's important. You have to have repetition. I mean, because we see people, we educate, and people go out and light a burn pile, right? So we have a lot of work still to do, and that, you all are doing that great. And I really liked talking to you the other day and having a different conversation is our ridge line's an important place that we need those field breaks when we look at how fire and how it, over the last couple of years, I just liken it the mosquito fire, for example, or what we could have maybe got ahead of it at the rice fire. So it's very interesting, and it's exciting to see the work that's getting done. And I think we know we have a lot of other work still to do, and a lot of dollars that go into this, which is interesting. So just for curious, talking about the brick, there's a match to those kinds of things, right? So, and where's that funding come from? There's a match for our new wildfire grant. I think that's about a $25,000 that has to go in to match on that. Maybe you could clarify that a little bit.
Yeah, correct, Chair Hook. For our CWPP update, there's $25,000 in match. We try to be as strategic as we can with match dollars, which we've been pretty good at with our partners. Luckily that we have them here. So for the CWPP update grant that we'll be applying for, we're using staff time for those match, and that's through our community wildfire coordinator. But our brick grant that is in environmental and cultural review currently, that's Woodpecker Ravine is a huge part of that. If we can align those resources and really the on-the-ground work with both those projects.
Yeah, no, it's pretty exciting to see all that can come, and the dollars that we can get from grant funding that's going to make a huge difference that we can't come up with individually as a small county. So those are all exciting. So with that, does my board have any questions? Where would you like to start? Ed, I'll start with you today.
Thank you, Jamie, and thank you, Chief. Would you go back to the three projects, the one picture of the three of them together? I think it's the first one. There you go. So maybe you can explain to me a little bit, probably you, Chief. As I look at these, I look at the Ponderosa, West Grass Valley. That to me appears to be a true shaded fuel break. It looks to me like the purpose of that is for fire to be in there, and that's your staging areas, anywhere in that site. I look at the South County fuel break, and looking at the map inside too, it does show that it goes quite a bit beyond those roadways, but it's primarily the evacuation routes. And then I look at, and I'm happy with either one of those, but I am looking at the Woodpecker Ravine route, one, and look at $2 million, and it probably has more to do with the other project you're talking about. I don't know if you want to expand on that a little bit, but that doesn't look like $2 million worth of work there. That looks like much, much more. And am I right in what I'm saying there, Chief? I mean, the South County seems like more an evacuation, although I understand the two wins now, and I think that's great also.
Absolutely. The South County fuel break is definitely set along some major roadways that are very populated. If you look at the Ponderosa West Grass Valley Defense Zone, that is more of just a fuel break for us to get a staging area and for us to anchor off of. There's not a lot of travel in there. There are some escape routes. There are some people in there that would use that to get in and out, but very few. And it is a new connection once completed that'll get us basically from the Rough and Ready Highway, be able to go to as far as McCourtney Road. So once that road's reestablished, then it could be used as an alternate escape route. But, you know, it looks like it's straight north and south because the road pretty much is straight north and south that goes through there. So that's what we're trying to accomplish.
Okay, okay.
Supervisor Schofield, if I can speak to that a little bit. And to clarify again, this map that's shown up on this screen encompasses both the Woodpecker Ravine and the Brick Grant projects. They were designed independently. The Building Resilient Infrastructure in Communities. That's the larger grant that we're an environmental and cultural review.
So what is this grant going to do?
So this is a more detailed drawing of the Woodpecker Ravine grant within that envelope. So this is essentially clearing along roadways. So the primary evacuation routes and ridge lines are in the green. And the secondary, based on available funding resources, are the secondary routes are in, looks like purple up there. So essentially, the cool thing about this grant is it does clear roadways, ingress and egress routes, and strategic ridge lines, but there's flexibility in this project to evaluate where we're going to get the best bang for our buck. So are there areas that we need to clear on the downward slope side within residences? Is there more work we need to do in the downward side of creeks or high slope areas? So there is some flexibility here. So these are clearing areas within that bigger bubble. And that brick grant that, again, we'll have more information for you in the year ahead, has more aspects to it. It has more clearing, it has ingress and egress work, it has home hardening, all kinds of stuff. So, but just hopefully that clarifies the Woodpecker Ravine project.
So Ponderosa is going on right now, correct? Jamie?
So Ponderosa Phase 1 is wrapped up. It wrapped up in March.
Okay.
I don't want to speak
So
for
which one
Craig,
is our
but-
next one? Is it South County?
So South County will start upon approval by the board for the contract.
I'm ready.
And I believe he's requesting to Phase 2 to start.
So what we're requesting now is the contract for South County. So that one is the more immediate project right now because we're moving into the contract phase. Phase 2 is the grant acceptance for this project, and then we'll be going through that process of getting contracts in place to do that work as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief.
Okay. Thanks, Ed. Hardy?
Excuse me. Yeah, thank you for the presentation. A lot of great information and a lot of good work being done to protect these areas. I just had a couple of questions. On the South County fuel break, from the Fire Safe Council's perspective, can you just tell me a little bit about the work you're involved in and also your available capacity to get additional work done if we give you this fairly big project? I know it's not maybe the biggest, but it's pretty big.
Sure. So essentially, we've routed all of our crews that were working on Ponderosa. They've been on standby to start the South County project. We additionally have ramped up staffing, hired more fuels crews in order to meet the AFN contracts that we have. So we are poised to take on more projects right now in anticipation of them, they're starting. So we should be able to run consecutive projects with no problem.
Okay, and I saw your crews in my neighborhood in East County. Are they going to wrap that up in October or something?
We were just extended an additional contract for the curbside pickup, and I think that will go until snow flies. We'll try to wrap up that contract
Okay.
when.
And then for Craig and Chief Matthias as well, what's the general landscape as far as finding contractors to do the remainder or all the other project work that we're trying to forward fund through Measure V and all these other, I mean, is there a discussion, I'm sure, in the industry about workforce and equipment and training and all the things that come together? You know, we can fund it all day long, but if nobody's standing there to take these contracts and get the work done, waste management and, you know, all our partners, it's just problematic. I just hoping, talking about that.
Supervisor Bullock, workforce development is a huge issue in many industries, and this industry isn't exempt. This is why we need to take kind of an all hands-on-deck approach, whether we're using partners with the Fire Safe Council, our vegetation management contractors, agency staff, things like that, to be able to take a better approach. But we need to do a lot with workforce development. The wildfire resiliency meeting that's happening right now at the fairgrounds, our staff are actually talked a bit with the Director of Economic Development at the state level about this and trying to get him up here about how we can get additional resources to really get all these projects, because potentially over the next 6 to 12 months, we're going to have a ton of projects going on at the same time where we're all going to have to work together to make that happen. And I'd like to throw it over to Chief Matthias to comment as well.
Yeah, I agree. Sometimes it's very difficult to get enough people to work to do this actual hands-on job of clearing brush and reducing fuels. We're experiencing the same problem. We're funded for 5 crews at Washington Ridge. We currently only have 2 crews at Washington Ridge. Luckily, all these projects, all 3 of them, are high-priority projects for our battalion ignition plan for the local battalion, unit fire plan, and the state fire plan. So just like with Ponderosa, we still have to do work in other parts of the county. You know it as well as I do. The east side of the county experiences crazy winds all summer long. We have to do fuel reduction over there. So even though these are high priority projects, I still have to have hand crews to go out and do work in other parts of the county. But with Ponderosa, every single day we had a Washington Ridge hand crew assigned to that project because it was a high priority project. We will do that with these projects as well. Once they're up and running, we'll assist. The Fire Safe Council has their folks out there. We have 2 Washington Ridge crews today available. We're hoping to add more to that, but that's up to staffing levels. We have our National Guard hand crew that's out in Nevada City. We have our fuels crew, which is up by the airport, and then we have 2 CCC crews out of the Placer Center. So we'll give as much as we can. We still have to, watch out on our other projects and do work there too. But we'll certainly be able to help out quite a bit.
Yeah, that's refreshing to hear. I know, and then a fire starts and everything gets reprioritized for obvious reason. I will mention too that the town, or at least talking with some of our partners at the town, they ask, well, it's great that you've made this allocation back to the town. Now we have to do the work, right? We have to hire people or we have to get resources, and they're just as concerned for competing resources because we're all fighting with over the same pot of contractors and equipment. So it's going to be an interesting piece, but I think the start is really the funding and the acknowledgement and the prioritization and the planning, which we have in front of us, right, to get it started. So I commend you for taking the work and good luck getting it done.
Eddie?
Thank you. These are all great projects and I support them wholeheartedly. I just have to, it just makes me cranky today. Honest, with all due respect, that north wind, before it hits the fuel break and protects South of Sierra, it hits Nevada City. And the Woodpecker Ravine has a little bit of an impact on the lower part of my district and would be very helpful, so I'm looking forward to that. I know that there's work being done on Deer Creek to get it ready and up to speed. And obviously in the South Yuba River Canyon, we've been working on that for 5 years. So I continue to be disappointed that both Deer Creek and the South Yuba River Canyon have not made it to a stage where they are on a list to get funded. And I certainly expect that will happen with new funding and in the coming year. I don't know if you want to comment on it. I think that's an equal danger up there. Would you agree with that, Chief?
I don't know if equal's the right term. I mean, sometimes it's even a larger threat. Sometimes it's less of a threat. We have to go with the projects that are shovel-ready, that are ready to go, that have people that are willing to spearhead them. And so all we can do is fund them and hope to assist in the actual reduction of fuel. So yes, they're all important. I'm not saying that one house is more important than the other, but we have to take the number of people that are threatened. And Alta Sierra, frankly, is a larger community sometimes. So it's a very populated area.
Yeah, no, I hear that, and it's sort of the shovel-ready and whoever is willing to, our representative, whoever is willing to support what, it's really nobody's fault that it hasn't made it to the list yet, but I'm concerned about it. I'm very worried for my district, for the town, and so I really hope that we'll be able to push forward on the Deer Creek. Did you want to say something about that, Craig?
Yeah, I was just going to say Supervisor Hall. Fire Safe Council has actually done a lot of work recently about putting grant applications together for the Deer Creek Shaded Fuel Break Project, which I hopefully am not putting you on the spot, Jamie, but I know her team has spent a lot of work on that as well as in coordination with us. So it is a point of emphasis that we're trying to focus on as well.
I'd be happy to take the conversation offline too if you have more questions, but Deer Creek Shaded Fuel Break, we were just informed last week that it is entering in environmental review phase with FEMA.
Yay.
So I do have a couple projects that we do separate of our county partnership that I'd love to talk to you about that impact your district.
That'd be great. I just have to do my job to, advocate for that area, which is lagging behind right now, and just in terms of getting funding out there. And then my second point, and it contradicts half of what we're talking about today, but it's same with what Hardy said. I'm really, really concerned about workforce that we're going to have, how we're going to get the contractors in, how we're going to manage the funds, how we're going to manage the staff. And I'm hoping that with the funding restrictions that we are able to start ramping up now, hiring people, bringing people on, on this one, at least the one that the Shaded Fuel Break, it sounds like you're ready to go, but you're going to need more and more and more people, and I'm really concerned about that, and I want to, at the very least, ensure that there's strict transparency and integrity with the ways that the funds are used and how they're distributed, that we're paying people the right amount, that we've got good contractors. I mean, we saw what happened with PG&E. If we get the wrong contractors out there, it doesn't actually help the situation. So anything we can do to help that situation, I'm very concerned about how we're going to get those folks on board.
Supervisor Hall, add also, there's a lot of work we're doing with the schools and trying to get more workforce development starting early on. There's also a lot of work that Jamie and her team have been doing for workforce development, even with her own team, and trying to build up their capacity as well and continue to get essentially a feeder into their programs and really to vegetation management overall. Jamie, I don't know if you want to talk to that a little bit.
Yeah, so additionally, we are applying for a workforce development grant. We're partnering with both Sierra College and the high school ranch program. We are trying to bring new career tracks into our community, both at the high school level and the college level, so that we can promote a fuels tech position or forestry tech positions that will feed not just our organization, but CAL FIRE and our federal partners. We're all facing the same challenges with staffing. And so we're working holistically with a group of folks in the community and in partnership with OES. It is a big issue and concern for us. Our board of directors just recently, we had a whole presentation on this about workforce development, employee retention, and attracting those talents. One of our biggest competitors happens to be PG&E's prime vendor, and how do we navigate that in this workspace and develop local workforce? So it is a commitment that our board has made and my staff is currently working on and will be applying for in this coming round.
Thank you. And maybe just one follow-up. If we end up with enough problems that we're not able to spend the funds as fast as we want, is there any jeopardy with us taking longer? Are those funds in jeopardy? Is there a deadline for when we have to spend the funds, get it, in case there's a workforce problem and we aren't able to bring people on fast enough? Will there be an issue with the funding?
Supervisor Hall, with these projects, there are timeframes and deadlines that we have to meet in accordance with the grant. As of right now, we don't have any immediate concerns regarding these projects, the way we phase them and our long-term plan with these working together. Based on the resources we have now, we do not have those concerns currently.
Great, thank you. I look forward to seeing these all get started.
Okay, pretty exciting. I think, just for some clarification, well, I do love that. Butte College, I think, already has a class now for helping folks learn how to, and lesson for logging back in those, so they're teaching that again. Our CTA program at our high school is looking at that as well. So there are some good things going on here. It's nice to be able to hire local. Let's get some of our people put back to work and into that industry, because, well, we took them out of it, and now we need to put them back in it. I guess that's the bottom line of that. So one little thing, though, just explain again. So there's the funding. Woodpecker Ravine is a lot more than is a $2 million grant, right? It's a part of the cost share that went in to get the bigger picture. Yes or no?
Correct. So it was designed as match for the larger grant, which is the Building Resilient Infrastructures and Communities grant.
Right, so that's what I would just point, so it's more than a $2 million project. That's just our share of the grant that came from CAL FIRE that's part of the match, correct?
Yes, and Chair Hook, just to clarify, a lot of times well, pretty much every time we apply for these grants, we don't know if we're going to be awarded them or not. So they are designed independently, but we try to be as strategic as possible when we can cross-pollinate them as match, so to speak. The other thing I'll mention that I should have said earlier is just, this is a very high-level overview of these projects. We could spend a long time on every single one of these. So I would invite your board and the community that is watching this to reach out to our OES team at any point in time, and we can do a deeper dive in any of these projects.
Yeah, no, great job. This was a great presentation, big overview of a lot of big projects to go on here. This is fantastic. So with that, I'm going to open up public comment. Does anybody in here want to do public comment? Teen, is there anybody online, or do I have a written public comment?
Supervisor Hook, there is nobody waiting to call in and no written comment.
Okay, great. So as an individual, I got a lot of positive comments, so that was a great thing. Just some personal emails as well, so really looking forward to see this. I love the partnerships and how we all work together. We are getting a lot done. And I would say the other thing that's issues, remember, we have a lot of state and federal grounds here that we're not allowed to actually go work on. So that's the other challenge as we look at even the South Yuba and some of those things is those partnerships we have to keep developing, right? And Forest Service, which Forest Service got some good projects going, but I'm just saying we still have a lot of work to do with all of our partners to get all the work that we really need to get done.
Supervisor Hook, motion to approve.
No, sorry. So with that, I'm going to close public comment, and we are going to go to our first resolution, which was, I know, sorry, Heidi, I forgot you wanted to get out of here. Okay, let's move right along here. So this resolution is approving the contract between the Fire Safe Council of Nevada County and the County of Nevada for Emergency Services for CAL FIRE, California Climate Investment Fire. It's been moved. It's been seconded.
Second.
Teen, can you call the roll?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Now we'll go to item 30B, which is a resolution accepting the USDA United States Forest Service Pacific Southwest Region Fire and Aviation Management Grant for the Ponderosa West Grass Valley Defense Zone Phase 2.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Can you call the roll, team?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Okay, passes. Let's go to item 30C, which is a resolution accepting the CAL FIRE California Climate Investments Fire Prevention Grant for the FGG 21227 Woodpecker Ravine Shaded Fuel Break Project.
Motion.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Can you call the roll?
District 3.
Yes.
District 1.
Yes.
District 5.
Yes.
District 2.
Yes.
District 4.
District 4, yes. Now we'll move on to item 30D, which is a resolution authorizing Nevada County Office of Emergency Services to submit a grant application to the USDA fiscal year 2022 for the Wildfire Defense Grant.
So moved.
Second.
Moved, seconded by Ed. Call the roll, team.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. Okay, and item 30E, which is a resolution approving the agreement between the County of Nevada and the Washington County Water District relating to public safety services.
So moved.
Moved? Seconded. Team, call the roll.
District 3?
Yes.
District 1?
Yes.
District 5?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 4?
District 4, yes. And that concludes that presentation. Thank you so much, Jamie, Chief Matthias, Craig, appreciate you all.
Thank you.
And with that, we're going to adjourn the meeting.